cut back too fast. Oh, oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. Now sit and watch me get this gold. Own it all, own it all. I bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. I'm gonna bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. Said you want it all, bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. I can have it all. If you knock me down, I will feel the fall. I just got back up, oh bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. I'll keep it. I'll keep bouncing. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Reload Elite Series. That is right. It is time. Once again, we are here on that battle bus. We are here to fight it out for one of two qualifying spots going on to the EWC LAN. I cannot wait. So much has happened even just today. Shout out to all our friends over in EU and their incredible games. I mean, I don't know if you saw, Oatly got himself a qualifying spot. Oatly, you have to come to LAN. Can't back out. I want to shake your hand. All right, why don't we bring in your best friends? It's Kelly Link, it's Vivid. Like, hey guys, get on in here. Reload Elite Series. We are back again. Only two qualifying spots, 8 games to do it. How are you guys feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I got my Fortnite hat on. I'm wearing my Fortnite sweater. I got my Fortnite pants on, Zeke. I am decked out and ready to go. You're just gonna have to trust me on the pants part. But Vivid, we already have 4 teams that have clocked their ticket from NAC to go to the LAN, but we still have 4 more. 2 of them gonna be decided today. But that does mean that the leaderboard's gonna be shaken up because all 4 teams that have qualified are gonna be competing again today.
What a fun-filled, Fortnite-filled last couple of weeks we had leading into LANs. Just next week as well, right, is RES qualifier number 3 is going to be very, very exciting because remember, we're kind of getting down to crunch time right now. Only 1 more following this, which means that any of our teams that are not qualified yet, they really want to go ahead and make it happen today, because if they don't, then they're going to that kind of that last opportunity, and you don't want to make that, you don't want to put yourself in that position.
Yeah, man, you want to try and make it. If you could have done it in qualifier 1, that would have been the most ideal, right? But now, like you're saying, only 2 more to go before we prepare to move on to that stage of the competition. So now's a good time to qualify. Why don't we take a look, though, and start the conversation? Because with RES, we're seeing a brand new map and a brand new loot pool. So we have now moved over to the Elite Stronghold, guys. Talk to me about this. What should we be looking forward to? What can we expect?
Ooh, well, you know, a lot of changes. Obviously, the biggest change that I first noticed is going from 8 POIs to 5 is definitely a drastic change. However, there's a lot more split opportunity and a lot more loot on the map, Vivid.
Absolutely, there is. And I got to go ahead and attest the fact that we're talking about the changes that kind of came in to the Reload Elite Series, right? They got to play on a brand new map. Obviously, the loot pool is going to be completely different. And before I get into my point, let's go ahead and talk about that loot pool real quick, because our EU friends kind of gave us a little bit of an insight as to how we kind of expect this one to go. I mean, we kind of knew it was going to happen, but the cube rifle reigns supreme. So watch out for any of our teams to go ahead and get a hold of one of those. But I just wanted to go ahead and speak to the consistency of some of our teams over here on NAC, right? Because they're going over from like grand finals where they got to focus on battle royale to having to learn a whole new map, a whole new loot pool in a completely different game mode, but they still find that consistency. Out of our top 10 teams from that FNCS grand finals, we actually have 7 of them qualified here today, right? So our top teams over here on NA, man, they constantly find themselves in these finals types of lobbies, and it's just super cool to see that consistency.
Dang, that's kind of sick. I like that. I like when we hit people with stats. You know, I'm a big fan of stats. Why don't we talk about some of the players already qualified to EWC? Right, we've already had 2 qualifiers rather. We already have a ton of names that are already gone through, and we have some major names that we'll be even seeing compete here today. Kelly, I mean, talk to us a little bit of that. Maybe give us like a little recap.
Well, let's go back to qualifier number 2, where we saw Muzz and Sphinx and Josh and Iamzo get their tickets to LAN. However, they didn't do that by getting 1st or 2nd place. No, the theme, the story for the Reload Elite Series has been kind of the rivalry between Cold and Rapid and Peterbot and Pollo. And we all know Peterbot and Pollo, the dominating duo, going into the Reload Elite Series and getting that 2nd place in the first one was a little bit shocking. But I think what's even more shocking for me, Vivid, is how Cold and Rapid and Peterbot and Pollo have been kind of alternating 1st and 2nd place and doing it with such a close margin as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think today is going to be cool because it's going to be that tiebreaker, right? If one of these teams can go ahead and win it, then they're going to have 2 wins versus the other one. You know what I mean? Like, so it'll be kind of cool to see how today actually goes if one of these 2 teams can actually go ahead and secure that 1st or 2nd place again, which of course would be very, very cool to see. But we're kind of looking towards these 2 teams to kind of be the 2 powerhouses that are going to be dominating the lobby. When you kind of and take a look at the stats from those heats, I mean, Cold and Rapid, they went in and picked up 2nd. Peterbot and Pollo made things a little bit close, picking up that last place spot, 5th place right there. But Kelly, I think one of the biggest differences we can see right there in those rankings across those heats, a lot of those points is, of course, going to come from those eliminations.
Whew, you say making it a little bit close. They were 8 points away from not even getting into the top 5, but to see where a lot of our points come from for our duos, Rapid coming out strong with 40 eliminations out of our heats. And, you know, when a lot of people look to the duo of Cold and Rapid, I think if you looked before Major number 1, everyone would look to Cold as the star player. But time and time again, Rapid has showed why he is teamed up with Cold and why they have been such a dominant force. And when you talk about dominant forces, we also have to look at the Reload Elite Series as a whole, because Cold and Rapid have been on a different level. And when we compare them to people like Peterbot and Pollo, who may have had a relatively lackluster performance during heats as well as during Major 1, we now have to kind of shift focus into this rivalry of, is this even a rivalry anymore? Or is this just now the Cold and Rapid show?
Absolutely. I did want to go ahead and point out, right, we took a look at the top 6 individual eliminations there, and Cold and Rapid were the only 2 from the same duo that found themselves up there, right? Obviously, if we're going to go ahead and pick up 72 eliminations, that's going to be sort of that pattern that you see. But switching focus over to Peterbot and Pollo, you know, you do kind of talk about how Major one, potentially a little bit upsetting for them in terms of performance. That being said, Reload still seems to be their game mode that they are incredibly good at. Obviously, this is going to be a team that you do not want in the lobby because they are one to be feared. And obviously, they're good at those eliminations, but the tech as well. Check this out from Peterbot. Uses the launch pad, has this little trick where he can actually cancel the effect of that launch pad and launch up on the height using the mantle ability. So these guys are just so good at obviously getting eliminations. That's kind of what they're known for, but also little secrets like that, man, you really got to pay attention to this duo because they'll always have something up their sleeve. So look for them making one of those plays for the high gun that's a little bit uncharacteristic that I don't think we've seen before.
Okay, you guys got me hyped. Now, obviously, there's a couple more things to talk about before we get going, but first, want to go hang out with your casters. MDF is sick, so please send him all your well wishes. But subbing in, we've got the best taco paired up with Jacob PR. Say what's up, friends.
What's going on, everybody out there? Excited to be here, Taco, at a team that honestly I'm surprised to see not in the pre-show yet is Acorn and Bolts. They missed out on Qualifier 1 by 1 point, one singular point, and then they went into Qualifier 2 and got 16th. We got a whole new map and a whole new feeling for them, and I just want to see how they're going to perform today.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're willing to hedge their bets by potentially contesting Elite Armory. I think the one thing to allude to here, though, is that while Muzz and Sphinx kind of have the world as their oyster because they don't have to worry. They're already qualified. They've already got their land position. But Acorn and Bolt, on the other hand, they don't. However, I do anticipate Elite Armory to be a little bit more of a split drop between these two duos. But, hey, you never know. Maybe Muzz and Sphinx are feeling some type of way. Maybe they don't want to see the big Abdullah contesting or dealing with them at land by any means, but Acorn and Bolts, they're certainly going to be a pretty difficult duo for all of our teams to try and contend with, and they're not the only ones trying to lock in for that land spot.
Yeah, especially with 4 of them already taken. We've already seen that affect the leaderboard in Qualifier 2. It rolled down to 3rd and 4th place. Now we can possibly see 5th, 6th place make it to the Esports World Cup Finals. Who knows? Because there's still so much action that Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid to break down.
Dude, Jacob PR is so freaking cool, man. He always just gets me hyped up. He can say anything. I'm just like, dude, I'm in, Jacob. Okay, so as I promised, we were going to talk about more things. Let's kick things off with that lobby list. Let's get a kind of more or a complete picture of what we're going to be seeing, who we're going to be seeing, as some of our casters already kind of talked about. Why don't we start with Reet and Cooper? Okay, we got King P's coming back over with Cooper. So as we kind of talk about this, I want to remind viewers at home, we are trying to make it to the top 2 spots to qualify on through to EWC finals. That can change, but for right now, let's just focus in on this. Reet Cooper, do we think they have what it takes to hit one of those 2 top spots?
Ooh, I mean, listen, let's build the story so far, okay? They don't call for Reload Elite Series 1. Reload Elite Series 2, Reet's playing with Venno, he gets 10th place. Cooper's playing with Curly, he gets 12th place. They team up because of Major 1, they played together. Now they're playing in Reload Elite Series 3, and they get into heats, and Zeke, it is looking rough. It is looking bad. 3 games to start things off, and they are in last place in their heats. But it's King Peace. It's Cooper. They put the crowns on their head and they say that the kingdom has yet to fall because they get not just 1, not just 2, but 3 back-to-back victory royales. And my goodness, I feel like I'm giving a sermon right now, Viv, because I am feeling the inspiration. I feel like this is their Reload Elite Series to win.
Yeah, I mean, after your first 3 games, right? Last place, obviously not all performance based there to pick up those first 3 games, but to bounce back, that's what I love to see. Taking it to the house, right? Getting 3rd place with just 5 games when everybody else, gets to play 8, and you still go ahead and you clutch up the qual to the finals here today. This duo has to be feeling good, has to be feeling that little bit of momentum. And, I love the fact that you go ahead and mention, yeah, this is going to be a new duo kind of forming, approaching the Reload specific game mode here. I'm excited to see if they go ahead and pull it off. They've done it once yesterday, right? Or not yesterday, a couple days ago, where they had to clutch it up. They got to clutch up today and pick up one of those qual spots.
Oh, that's crazy. You talk about a newly formed duo. Why don't we talk about another newly formed duo? It's Liam and Jace. So Kelly, talk to me about this, because it's kind of a similar situation, right? This guy's formed for this, but they've kind of been near each other, sort of.
I mean, well, we've seen Jace before in the Reload Elite Series. He played with Aloe in the first qualifier, getting 17th place, and then had actually a pretty good performance with Jargu in Reload Elite Series 2, getting 6th place, so close to actually qualifying for the land spots. But now teaming up with Liam, and let me just say, out of heats, they have had one of the best performances that I have ever seen so far, and gives me a lot of hope for what we're going to be seeing here today. And maybe if they don't qualify, if they don't get those 2 spots, Vivid, I can expect to see them perform really well in the final Reload Elite.
Yeah, they got to be feeling good, right? Picking up first place in heat number 4. And, you know, when we kind of saw that the Reload Elite Series would be a thing, I feel like everybody kind of got excited because it gave an opportunity for us to kind of check out some newer players. And that is exactly what we are getting to see here with Liam and Jace. If you take a look at their FNCS history, I mean, Jace has never made an FNCS Grand Finals, and Liam has only ever made 4. So newer to the scene of these types of finals, but hey, they're looking good coming into it.
Okay, I want to switch gears a little bit. I want to talk about a duo that is a Vivid stand. Okay, let's bring up that live list. It's Shadow, it's Virgo. We know Vivid is a big fan of the duo. So again, kind of similar question, Viv. With only the top 2 making it through to the EWC finals, do they have what it takes?
I think absolutely. Again, this is going to be one of those teams that has the momentum coming into the finals today, right? Picking up first place in their heat respectively. And if you guys have a very good memory, if you remember those individual eliminations that we kind of looked at where Rapid was up top, yeah, he had 40. Virgo was also on that top 6 list, right? He picked up 34 eliminations over the course of those heats, and Shadow was not too far behind him with 22. This duo is very, very good in terms of picking up those eliminations, which is actually one of the highlights throughout their FNCS performances. But I mean, hey, duo, very, very good. Would not be surprised to see them being one of the 2 duos to go ahead and qual to that EWC land.
I mean, speaking of those stats as well, if we look actually to Virgo, he had the most damage out of the heats. And but what's a little bit surprising to me is what happened between Reload Elite Series 1 and Reload Elite Series 2. They get 6th place out of the first qualifier, which is a pretty good performance, especially with some of the big names that we had. And then they ended up splitting in the qualifier 2, obviously reforming for the 3rd one, which makes me curious as to what caused their split, what allowed them to reform, and have they fixed the communication issues, the synergy issues that caused them to break up before?
Interesting stuff. Interesting. That's a good question, Kelly. Maybe they're just comfortable. They're like, hey, this guy, really good. Let's just go back to what I know, what we know can slay, right? Vivid believes in us. We should move forward with that. One last duo to talk about. It's Clix and it's Higgs. The People's Champion once again. You know, we're never going to get tired of seeing Clix and Higgs duo. But again, you know, this is going to be a really tough spot to try and fight through. So many big names in the lobby. And again, it's only the top 2 that will move on through. So with a new meta, a new loot pool, a new map, like where do we feel like these guys are at? Are they ready to tackle one of those top 2 spots?
I feel like whatever happened between Clix and Higgs after Major 1, I feel anytime I talk about this duo, I always talk about how they are very mentally affected during the game. They can, you know, snowball emotionally. And I think right now they have snapped in the right way where their emotions are less tied to how their performance is. And that's kind of been reflective a little bit in the gameplay that we've seen them in the qualifiers and heats. And honestly, they are contested at Hostile Hold, which gives me a little bit concerned, but they were contested originally by Acorn and Bolts, and they got kicked out of that POI during heats. Now they are contested by Craze and Kingling, so that is a big question mark for me, Vivid, but I do think that there is a lot of potential between this duo.
Yeah, I think the spotlight constantly being on this duo, right? Everybody's setting their expectations so high for them because everybody in the community feels like this duo, these 2 individuals have the highest potential pretty much out of anybody. Can they reach it here today in the Reload Elite Series? Go ahead and clutch up that qualification. Would not be surprised.
I believe in you, Clix and Higgs. I believe it's, look, I said it first. Don't worry, I said it first. I believe first. All right, guys, it is that time. 8 games today, and we need to end the day in the top 2 if we want to qualify to the EWC finals. With that being said, game number 1 is ready. So, casters, over to you.
I like the way Kelly kind of said it to start the day. This is like the 3rd quarter of things, the 3rd qualifier. There's 4 spots left overall, but only 2 spots will be granted today. And we've already got some of our heavy hitters fired up and ready to go.
Look, Jacob, I'm getting a little nervous. I'm ready for NA to show me something, though, because that's been the huge ordeal, is who's going to be those next 2 duos that are confirming their position towards the EWC land. It starts right here, right now, with Game 1.
Coming into this game, half of the lobby is contested. 10 teams really fighting for their lives in game one right out of the gates, and 10 teams kind of having a slow pace. They get to farm up. They get to kind of prepare for what is ahead of them. King and Craze, Clicks and Higgs, that was one of the fights they were talking about over towards Hostile Holds. It's not going to be a straight fight right out of the gate, though. It looks like both teams kind of taking their respective edges of this POI and trying to get as much of their loadout built up before they take any engagements.
Rapid, though, perhaps a victim of this first lobby's bus path, already saw that elimination feed highlighted with his name, so perhaps there could be some trouble brewing. Teams maybe looking to infiltrate other duos' positions based on whether or not they feel confident in the ability to kind of just play clean up factor. And Jacob, I know one huge ordeal that is definitely going to be the center of attention here in NA, because it very much was so in EU, but how are these duos going to fare with that cube rifle effect?
Yeah, especially in the end game where everybody's kind of congested, especially if we get these mountains in play going from top to bottom, you're really going to be tested. Not only like your actual Fortnite skill, but something that our analysts pointed out as well, your mental composure, being able to bounce back when you're being bombarded, not just from one team, Taco, but from 2 teams, 3 teams. So really going to see how these players handle 8 games, a long day ahead of them. And so a lot of that really does come down to the mental game. As you check out Muzz and Sphinx, we saw Clicks and Higgs, King and Craze kind of split their dropout. You hinted at this one, Muzz and Sphinx kind of splitting the drop as well. I think game number 1, since it's relatively early, there's no points really scored off, you know, you kind of want to feel each other out. As the day goes on, I mean, you could probably see a little similarities in EU. They get ramped up in aggression.
But that might cause even more tension if you're Acorn and Bolts, right? Because you spend the first 3-4 lobbies not really having to factor in this initial off spawn, and then it switches 180 out of nowhere. Pete, on the other hand, lurk opportunity, just so patient. The discipline with the whiff. That's a rare miss out of Peterbot, and Veer now heads up position, trying to see if he can turn this around. But Pete, you're playing with your pride on the line here, big guy, and he's going to be forced to fall back. Veer's actually got him on the ropes here, and Peterbot, be forced to expend those couple of pizza slices, still has the opportunity to maybe close this one out. But Pollo not close enough to actually try and play backup here, and Veer, he's done enough. He's actually held his own.
Yeah, and it looks like help is already on the way. Veer's teammate Noxy beating Pollo to the punch, and the first knock is there. It all starts with an uncharacteristic like miss, and then Veer just takes full advantage. That first shot really put Peterbot on the back foot, and then Noxy able to get there very, very quickly. I'm not going to say that the Heats was foreshadowing anything, because Peterbot and Pollo, a team that you'd expect to see number 1 on the leaderboard, maybe a 100-point gap. Taco, when I tell you they barely made it in by 8 points, 8 points. That's 2 eliminations. This is crazy.
I think we were all adamantly watching those Aussie Infacts parties, but hey, the scene has been set. Pete and Pollo, they'll have their work cut out for them in this first lobby at least, but Virgo, Shadow, they've got Craze in their sights. Whether or not he's going to be able to escape, it's another conversation entirely, and it looks as though Shadow will be able to confirm that elimination. So 3 points added to the count. Now Kingaling just trying to make sure he can scurry away. Doesn't want to fall a little too early here. Needs to make sure that Craze has a chance to touch down.
Yeah, just like, you know, the situation that Jace is in here, you do want to create some distance between your opponents, because in reload, I'm sure everybody knows, but in case you don't, when your teammate does reboot back into the game, it's essentially a beacon right over your head. They know exactly what direction you're in, so Jace, even though he is going to get a chance to get Liam back into the game, his general direction is going to be given up here. It's just a matter if Liam is going to be able to survive, because we know and seen it in the past, teams do like to try to chase after these reboot opportunities, but for now it does look like Liam's feet is going to be able to touch ground.
Hey, why not? When eliminations are worth 3 points apiece and they don't have to worry about an elimination cap, the more the merrier after all. Ozone Golden, their lurk also not gonna net anything just yet. NAC, we can tell this is the first lobby, everybody just trying to get warmed up here, it appears, but Ozone Golden now looking to fall back. And the teleporters will help play a part here, Jacob, but it seems like everybody's, you know, method of surprise tactics just not netting anything.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest difference between, Slurp Rush and Elite Strongholds is there is more POIs, and even though there is more loot on Elite Strongholds, there's more teams taking those split drops. There's more team taking a lot of the scavenged loot, so you're seeing players not want to go down early. You're seeing them jump into the storm, put themselves in a weird spot just to try to survive, so that way they don't have to get rebooted, and hope and pray that some scraps were left behind. You see Sonetto Wagers, they already have their one elimination in the books. And just trying to push forward. You can see they're missing some materials here in their loadout. Wood, brick, metal, and I think they're in the perfect position to recuperate those lost materials.
But still, plenty of action. It's probably going to start building up. The tension of the lobby, obviously, going to take a little bit to unfold, but right here, right now, Ritual and Agers might be having to deal with the likes of Javi and Aminish. Either side really willing to commit just yet, and if I'm Javi and Aminish, I'm trying to head the opposite direction right now. Agers rocking that cube rifle, sending some of those warning shots their way. Looks like all they wanted was a free rotate and not having to worry about the tags.
Yeah, kind of prevent them from peeking out while they use the shockwave with that Flowberry Fizz, the combination farther, much quicker. And they see that it's moving out of Chiseled over the top of that mountain. That's one of the POIs where even though it's center drop, you kind of want a hot drop. I personally don't like going there, Taco. Once I go in, the only way for me to find my way out is getting rebooted by my teammate. So I do like that decision, that natural bowl. You don't want teams to kind of hold you on that edge. Clicks and Higgs, you see them rotating through, and instead of taking any fights, they have 0 eliminations here. You see they're focusing on rotations, getting in towards the zone, so that way they don't have to take any unnecessary risks.
And Clicks and Higgs, they're just going to focus on their own strengths. I think that they tend to perform best whenever they just feel... I think momentum players is probably the best way to really put it. We even saw yesterday in their Div Cup Finals performance, those signs of life that really started kicking in towards those later lobbies. And here, knowing that there's still 7 more to go after this first one, teams will have more than enough opportunity to get their pop-off opportunities.
Yeah, you see Josh Niamzo taking a very, very slow approach to this game. I know we mentioned Muzz and Sphinx, but Josh Niamzo as well. Nothing to really lose out on today other than bragging rights over winning the tournament. They got their spot secured. So you see them rotating it slow to the south side of the zone. You saw Yamzo a moment ago had what looked like infinity gold. No, it's not infinite. It's just when you reach over 8,000 gold, it kind of changes the symbol. So they're just waiting for the zone to pull. They know they're going to recuperate that with either patch-ups or med kits because you saw he has them in the inventory. And again, it's just one of those ways to not take unnecessary risks. Rapid and Cold, they got that one elimination early, and Rapid, kind of one of those players, especially when it comes to reload. He likes to rotate and take position early when he can.
An eye on Ozone and Golden here, though. Some tags, but largely just playing for the vending machine, trying to make sure they get the appropriate amount of heals. And yeah, even drawing things back, though, Jacob, I think for so many of these duos that are kind of trying to push their way in from the outer fringe of the storm, the heals that are available, you don't want to burn too many of them on those later rotates because it's not very easy to recuperate while heals. You're really depending on Siphon after the fact.
Yeah, especially when you add in, even though reboots haven't been disabled just yet, if you go down, you could still get back into the game. I think that's exactly what you're alluding to in a sense. What are you going to use to get back into the game? And that's why you see teams, even right here towards the bottom in the ravine, Cooper and Reed, they're just full kind of building a path. They don't want to take any unnecessary tags. They don't want to have to dig into their resources early here before the reboots even turn off. And so if you're one of those teams that are going through it right now at this stage in the game, you're going to have a rough road trying to get back into it. You might need to force your hand at some eliminations. Jojo and Iacti, though, not necessarily having to do just that. Rotating quickly towards this edge of the mountain. And where they're positioned now, they literally on the edge of a cliff. They can shockwave off if it pulls in that direction, or they can easily rotate back towards that mountain if it pulls back.
Relatively impressive performance, too, with their Heat finalizing things in that 5th place position. Doesn't matter how you make it. The point is that you are in and having equal opportunity to try and stamp your spot on that battle bus for the EWC LAN. Cam starting to make his way forward. And the 2-tick might lend a little bit of a, indication towards storm sickness later on, but right now, That doesn't seem too pressed about it. Will be forced to dive a little bit earlier on, though. He's going to have to resort to the medkits here.
Yeah, the blessing for him, though, is even though you kind of think about that in the back of your mind, how much damage have I taken? Is Storm Sickness going to play a role later on in this game? For now, you're just taking it one step at a time. He sees the whole southern side of that zone uninhabited. He quickly rotates in, boxes up, and starts to heal. He might have to dig in, maybe use 2 of those med kits, depending on what he's going to really achieve here, since how deep he is in the zone. He still has to wait for it to open up, but you see his teammates slowly but surely trying to get by his side. Muzz and Sphinx, they're already inside the center of the zone, but you see, and again, they're another one of those teams. They see it opening up on the other side, and they're just trying to better their position while they can.
Must be so nice, though, to just have the luxury of knowing you are already qualified for LAN. So it's primarily just the prize pool that Muzz and Sphinx are hoping to get the lion's share of. But with these loadouts, Jacob, they're definitely looking pretty set. It's all about just making sure that you don't go down as soon as that 7th zone ticks in. Remember, that is when the reboots will be disabled, so now is a possible opportunity maybe for Cold and Rapid, just applying even more pressure towards Crazy and Kingling with that cube rifle, and really just waiting to see whether or not they want to extend and try and make a play for height later on.
Yeah, almost essentially forcing out a shockwave for them, one less resource for them to take into the end game, but for Rapid and Cold, one less resource to go against here. You're seeing where the lobby it is. Most of them stacked up on the edge of Yamzo and Josh. And you're seeing them very, very quick to rotate. So you're seeing that it is going to go to the western side of the zone. So a max pool here for Peterbot and Poyo. No worries too much just yet, though. They do have the splashes, they do have the fizz, and they do have the shockwave. So they can cover so much distance in the blink of an eye.
Whew. Check out Muzz, though. Might just start letting that Mythic Pulse Rifle rip here, but teams going to be persuaded to look elsewhere after those initial couple of shots out of Muzz and Sphinx, and they're just continuing to extend their presence. Good tarp out currently. Cam and Champ, if they're not careful, might actually find themselves on the receiving end of more of that pressure. But for right now, it's all about Cooper Reet. They want to make sure that they stay just a little bit elevated from that ultimate low. They're not fully committed towards stretching things out towards height, but they also don't want to dip towards that low ground just yet either.
Yeah, they could probably sense where the zone is actually going, the POI, where it dips underneath. If this continues to pull towards the northwest, and then it pulls back towards the east, hopefully these players buckle up. It's going to be a roller coaster of emotions trying to survive that, as Quicks and Higgs trying to put pressure on the other side of the map. That's Cold and Rapid, whether they know it or not. That's a big team. You'd like to get out of the lobby, but a quick shockwave is going to reposition Cold and Rapid out of position. And you can see they're staying away from that low ground. This is a team that typically does hunt for those eliminations in the mid to low ground, which is how they've been able to not only win, but even get second place through 2 qualifiers.
One thing's for sure, Cold and Rapid, they're probably going to have to hunt for a refresh soon enough. That Flowberry Fizz is not going to be enough to really carry things over for Cold as the game continues to move on. Cooper, Reet, maybe gonna start finding themselves in a little bit of that zone congestion. Still managing to avoid the bulk of it. Peterbot looking upwards. You can tell one thing's on his mind, and that's trying to take out the team on height, or at least prevent them from sending shots his way. Instead, Pete just absorbing damage here. Forced to use even more of that Flowberry Fizz to recuperate. Muzz and Sphinx also still trying to apply steady pressure wherever possible.
Yeah, and I like this kind of hidden effect with the exotic, little bit of low gravity here. He's going to get that inside of the box with the shockwave, but Clicks and Higgs, this is the moment now. 8th zone, they're going to go and try to play for that high ground. I'm not sure if they saw that team above that's using the launch pads to try to escape the chaos down below, but eventually that will come into play. It's Cold and Rapid, shockwave towards the front side of the zone. Agers was lost throughout the mix. I'm not sure if that elimination was fully cleaned up just yet, but it's a chance for Ritual to be a hero.
The lobby's already starting to fold inside of itself as Ritual believe he should have some success here with this revive. Nobody's able to scout them out just yet. Slapperoni Pizza going to be dropped, so Ager should be back to full HP in no time, but material count still looking a little bit too thin for these two, and Reet, he's lost Cooper, won't have the same opportunity to actually play for the revive. It's all about the solo placement points from here on out.
Yeah, 20 teams still up into the game. Saying it loosely, some players left as solos. Placement points don't even start to come in until top 15, where half of them are in the top 6, so still a long road to go. For now, Clicks and Higgs happy with what they have in their hands. They just have the high ground looking down, shockwaving towards the front, but they need to be careful. It's not a bird, it's not a plane. lane. It's Peterbot and Pollo gliding through the sky. Clicks and Higgs stealing a page out of their playbook, trying to go ahead and leave all the chaos down below. But I think Peterbot saw him on his way up. This is a perfect chance for him to look up and try to get some tags.
Pete, a little bit more distracted, just trying to sort out the affairs on these lower layers. Now looking up, recognizing the fact that Clicks and Higgs are still overhead, so high ground not completely free just yet. He needs a little bit more pressure application, and that's going to force the first nosedive out of Clicks and Higgs. Reet, though, still managing to work his way through. Silverleg helping him out just a little bit here, managing to stay lurking. And the body loot, that is a huge saving grace right now, finding that legendary slurp juice to be able to buy himself some more time.
Literally could be the difference going down now at 16 points, so no placement points, and maybe getting something to show for it from this game. Cold and Rapid. Cold just trying to go ahead and shoot that cube rifle on out, create some distance. Rapid's there on the other side, more eliminations down below, but Cold's not able to clean up anything just yet. Reed's still by himself. He does have the Gold's pass, one pump around any one of these corners, but he misses that opportunity there. And this is where you got to be careful. If you're a solo trying to hunt for an elimination, you got cube rifles, you got everybody bouncing around, and those are the opportunities right there that Virgo's looking for to get a quick elimination to stay in the game.
Definitely a nice 180 there by Virgo, but now it's up to Clicks and Higgs. Crouch position, but still trying to make sure they maintain. Ritual from the backside of zone. He'll be able to find one onto Cold. Can't manage to connect the next into Rapid. He's already moving forward, but the Siphon will kick in here. Ritual able to buy himself some time in that backside of the zone is now Pete Pollo. One more time, still on the high ground, and everyone else in the lobby fully aware of it now. Must sent flying off of that cube rifle like detonation, and he won't be able to stay standing any longer. Eoxy and Jojo just hoping that they avoid that focal damage out of Pete and Pollo, but how much longer can you really escape their visuals? Yamzo and Josh, they'll be next on the chopping block.
Oh, they are just shooting basically thunderbolts down like they're Zeus in a cloud. Yamzo and Josh, I'm not sure how they've been able to survive and be as healthy as they have so far, but now they run into Ritual. There goes a quick elimination. Josh is there, Virgo as well, but that one gets stolen away, but at least it's one less team in their path. Our final 3 teams remaining. It almost looks like Aoxy, Jojo down below going head-to-head against Josh and Yamzo, while Peterbot and Pollo just wait to see who wins so they can try to clean this one up. One more elimination. That's their 9th one overall down below. Josh and Yamzo have been terrorizing the low ground.
Yeah, but they don't have much HP to work with after the fact. Pete's going to be the first to drop between himself and Pollo, going right back up one more time. Yamzo and Josh, they are running on fumes here as Pollo, Pete, one more time, just waiting for the final drop down. Yamzo has fallen. Where's Josh in the aftermath? As Pollo, Peter scattering around, trying to see exactly where this solo has sent himself, and he's just dancing around these builds, doing the best he can to try and escape their visuals, but Pollo, Pete, they're looking to close in. Josh going to manage to bring down one, but he can't get the other, and that's going to be the ultimate difference maker here. A really nice confirmation, though, out of Pete and Pollo to bring home game 1.
Almost gave me a huge scare right there when I saw Peterbot go down. Josh still alive. Valiant effort for them, but a much better effort from Peterbot and Pollo. I said they barely made it in by 8 points in 5th place on consistency. Now they start the day off with a win, Zeke.
Jacob, I was right there with you. I thought the moment Peterbot went down, I was like, hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. But it's fine. It's fine. Pollo's here. Pollo's here. Of course. I always have to believe and know Pollo's going to have not only Pete's back, our backs, because he's a legend. Congratulations to Peterbot Pollo. Game number 1. Guys, it's happening. It's happening.
At least, and they're doing it in game number 1, Zeke. Usually they wait a few games, let everyone sweat a little bit, and then that's when they start to turn things up, show everyone, hey, we got the high ground, we have no problem. But the high ground and the cube, that is a problem, Vivid. Having that on the high ground, being able to steal it around zone 9, taking it away from Clicks and Higgs, that is just not what you want to see in game number 1 if you're the other 19 teams in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw their approach to go ahead and take the high ground, the classic that not only they are doing, but a lot of our other teams using that launch pad to go ahead and launch up, right? And you're just so high in the sky that you can go ahead and make a play for the high ground. That being supported by that cube rifle makes finishing the game just all that much easier. You can just destroy all the builds of all of the duos that are down below you so easily with that thing. The pressure is just too much. Peterbot and Pollo, they are good on high ground without the cube rifle. You put that in their hands, man, it's going to be a cakewalk in the park.
Yeah, we were kind of joking like right before we came on, like, oh, well, the cube rifle has like a reduced spawn rate, right? And they're like, well, we should only see like a handful in the game, right? Of course, Peterbot Pollo, they have one. Of course they would, because they're Peterbot and Pollo. They do win game number 1, so we'll take a look at the standings after this short break. When we return, we'll kind of see how things played out in game number 1. So we'll see you real soon.
Time is back. Smash gets the drop on Marius, stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the Reload Elite series. You know what happens. We're like, oh, here we go. We're gonna start another qualifier. Ee-hee-hee, Peterbot Pollo in here. Ee-hee-hee. And then guess what? They come out, they win game number 1. Of course, Peterbot Pollo. Yeah, they do what they do. Of course, of course. As we start taking a look at some of the standings to kind of see what else happened in this last game, I gotta give a massive shout out to Josh and Iamzo. I mean, take a look at these point thresholds, and if you're seeing those little crowns and you're kind of confused, don't worry. This just means that these duos with the little crowns next to their name already have a qualifying spot to EWC later on. So anyway, coming back to Josh and Iamzo, man, that last 1v2 against Peterbot and Pollo, I really thought for a moment Josh had it. He drops Peterbot, and like, dude, Kelly, I don't know, he has like such a crazy sense of like, I'm just gonna move around in like these, like, look at this movement, like, yeah. Bro, he's breaking everyone's ankles right now.
No, I mean, you're talking about how you were concerned for a second, and I know that our casters were. I'm fairly certain Peterbot and Pollo were also probably holding their breath for a second, thinking that this is going to be a confident win. We're on high ground, 2v2, easy. We take down Iamzo. Wait, what are you doing, Josh? What are you? But anyway, it did go to the way of Peterbot and Pollo, starting things off strong for our third set of finals for the Reload Elite Series. But obviously, Josh and Iamzo have already qualified through. So now, currently looking at our top 4, Aoxy and JoJo Fishing having a pretty good start, and Shadow and Virgo Vivid, your team to look at right there, doing a pretty good job as well.
Yeah, I love the fact that leaderboard goes ahead and shows you kind of what that threshold looks like, takes into account who is already qualified. So running that qualification spot down to 4th place, of course, where Shadow and Virgo currently sit. And listen, we were talking big ups about the duo and how they were going to kind of perform today and how they're so good, they're working together. Well, that one was actually just all Virgo right there, picking up most of those points as a solo, putting them in a spot like that. So shout out to him for picking up such a good place points to put them in that qualifying range.
I feel like the cube rifle played quite a role in this last lobby, right from Peter Bob Pollo up on the high ground. But guess what? Another duo had it in their hands as well, Cold and Rapid. And we did kind of see some things, it kind of fell apart a little quickly there, but still, this is Cold Rapid. They also, can't forget, already have a spot. Everything's chill. But I think right now, Kelly, as you kind of called out, we're kind of fighting for that, like, all right, which one of us is better between us and Peter Bob Pollo, right? If we come out ahead, we win. If they come out ahead, it's like a 2v1, so I feel like they're really thinking about that, right? Everything they're doing is kind of like, we need to make sure we're getting ahead of them as much as possible.
I think we're thinking about that. I don't think Cole thinks about anything. I don't even think he thinks about Fortnite. I think he just jumps in, shows in front of his computer, and then he's won the game somehow. Didn't win that game, unfortunately. However, it's still Cold and Rapid with game 1 down. Still so many more opportunities. Zeke, I think that we can see them maybe step things up in game number 2.
Okay, thank you, Kelly, for almost breaking me on broadcast. Appreciate that. Game number 2 is ready. We're moving right back into the action. So, casters, what do you?
One thing I couldn't help but notice there, Jacob, Cold and Rapid. I mean, was the Q rifle not enough? The 7 cluster cannon too? Truly just trying to embrace the most evil side of Fortnite, it appears. But obviously, Jacob, every single duo in this lobby just doing what they feel is going to be the best way to propel themselves to the top side of that leaderboard. Because yes, a land qual spot is nice, but if you've already got it, what's next up? That's going to be the prize pool.
Yeah, and you got to think, you don't want any of these guys contesting your drop spot. So I go and look at Muzz and Sphinx. So even though they have almost nothing to lose in a game like today or overall situation, you don't want Acorn and Bolts feeling that confident to contest you, even though you might have to deal with all those other regions as well. But these games will continue to fly by because game number 2 is ready. So let's jump into it.
Things were relatively quiet on the southern portion of the map, but slightly different scenario maybe brewing over towards Hostile Hold, Craze, Kingling, Clicks, Higgs. Think a little bit more directly involved with some immediate action here. Big part of the reason why, Jacob, is that obviously either one of these duos would love to just have full control, but the elimination feed is already lighting up, so some players definitely having difficulties making sure that they even touch down after that bus path.
Yeah, you saw Ozone, even though he's contested by Corin Lawrence, he was able to get an elimination at Reet in the sky, and then Javi and Aminish, knowing that Cold and Rapid still have to glide down past them, they were able to get a clean elimination. But relatively early, uncontested drops, their teammates are going to get rebooted and back in the game in no time at all. You see Muzz and Sphinx, one different side where they're not fighting it, and on the other side, Ishu and G-Money just trying to spray into the box. They get a down onto Liam, and this is back-to-back games where they were able to get that first elimination onto Liam, sending them almost in a downward spiral.
It's crazy to think that the match just started and they've already got 3 eliminations, though, so it's very obvious that G-Money and Ishu, they're more than willing to get scrappy outright. Jace maybe trying to bait out this rare chest, hoping that somebody decides to stroll on by, be his best opportunity at making a comeback, but things are going to remain up in the air right now. It doesn't look like Ishu or G-Money have any intentions of heading that way just yet.
Yeah, I can see why, you got to separate yourself from where all the farming goes down at. Put yourself in a tunnel, unless you need loot. I wouldn't want to go down there either. Too many corners, nooks, and crannies to hide in. But Reet and Cooper, glad to see again that uncontested drop, that Reet going down off spawn really isn't going to affect their game plan too much at all. You see Cooper's basically kind of loaded up, ready to go, giving Reet that time to kind of do the same. And already that first zone appearing, they're just on the edge of it, going to show, or at least tell them very, very early on, we're going to have to rotate to the north. We're going to have to rotate to the east when it comes to game 2.
Want to see if Cooper is going to be able to do something, though, with that hunting rifle. Always such a fun weapon, although its presence usually only really being utilized in these earlier zones, Jacob, right? Most players are going to opt to drop that item later on as the match develops because it's just not a necessity, and obviously it's so difficult to actually do something with it once we get to the moving zones.
Yeah, you can see again, just Rapid kind of going through it early here. 36 points after that first game, and just take an easy stroll. Even though Rapid's going through a couple of struggles, he knows uncontested means free reboots back into the game. And that allows you to kind of play risky. We've seen it in the first two qualifiers. You kind of send one of your players to get eliminations. Craze looking over the backside of that spot, finding G-Money rotating through. But again, Ishu's still alive, lurking around. The only difficult thing here is Ishu is going to get G-Money back in the game, but G-Money's going to get rebooted right above where Ishu's at. So they're going to know he hasn't left this area.
For sure, and poor G-Money. He's just trying to get down. Wants to be as low to the ground as possible, but Kingling and Craze all too happy to give pursuit here. Kingling even defaulting to fall back just to make sure that Ishu isn't actually trying to escape the vicinity. They want to make sure that this duo is fully locked down, and Ishu, he already tried to take his bailout opportunity while his duo was the sacrificial lamb, but whether or not he actually escapes, that's still left to be determined.
Yeah, but at least he's giving themselves a chance as G-Money's going to get back in the game. Just trying to see if any shots pour off in that direction. We know in the mini-map there's at least one team towards that area. Not sure anybody really spotted that one out. So that's even information in its own, or I should say the lack of information is information, because they know that Ishu is no longer on that side of the map since G-Money didn't get rebooted there.
Shadow and Virgo, Vivid kind of touched on it. That first lobby was definitely a very strong display from what Virgo is capable of. 46 points that he managed to collect as a solo. It's not an easy feat by any means, especially not in a reloads format, but now Reed Cooper want to get a little bit fraggy here. Can they find the first shots? Went out in this exchange. Javi and a Minish. Remember, once upon a time, it used to be Javi and Reed, but currently, Reed and Cooper, they've determined that this juice isn't really worth the squeeze. They're gonna look to fall back here and not keep up that fight.
Yeah, most rightfully so. Even though they do have some big pots, some extra heals, you don't want to dig deep into your bag of tricks. You know what I mean? You can see there's only 2 crash pads in Reed's inventory, so they are lacking just a little bit where they'd hope to bolster it more. And especially since that fight would put them in an easy position to get third-partied. Wise decision for them to disengage. VR and Noxy taking a different approach to this game. They're rotating away from the zone, hoping to find one of those long launch pads. Maybe they're going to mix it with the Fizz, with the Cube Rifle. Come, oh my. Can we see that again? What was that?
We don't need to run it back, man. Like, there's doom and despair. Agers and Ritual with the timing. I mean, we know about the 3-2-1s, Jacob, but this is just wicked work.
I am going to rewatch that again and again and again after this one, but it just goes to show that the Cube Rifles, you just don't see very many players just kind of walk past the Cube Rifle anymore, especially since, you know, when it first kind of dropped, people were, like myself, were even just kind of shooting the cubes out, letting them explode against the boxes, maybe even shooting the box walls to try to sneak it in. But ever since players really figured out that you shoot the cube, causes a bigger explosion, you can kind of cut that explosion short depending on where that player is at, it's created just a huge amount of chaos and destruction that you almost really have no answer from if you get caught off guard, as you saw.
That's just the NA diff right there, buddy, okay? EU, from the get-go, recognized the sort of potency involved with this Cube Rifle, but more importantly still, it's what players are able to do with it, right? You always want to try and convert not just the eliminations, but those end-game placements, and Acorn Bolts certainly in pursuit of a strong game here. Probably number 1, not necessarily too heavily in their favor, but the tides can change at any moment, especially when there's 8 games in total.
Yeah, and I'm just watching right now where you got Cam and his duo just kind of poking the bear. And I'm going to call this poking the bear because Yamzo and Josh already have their spot secured in EWC. So if Yamzo and Josh want, they don't like how you played this fight against them, they can try to hunt you down the rest of these games. But Yamzo looking like he's fighting this one by himself, maybe allowing for Josh to get out, get space, get in towards the zone in case the worst happens. And Yamzo does go down. They get a chance to get back in the game. You see there's no extra HP in his inventory. And you even see on the side that Josh, there's no shield. He's even missing some HP here. So already you're getting the sense of game number 2 hasn't been faring well for Josh and Yamzo. And Yamzo is on a clock here. He has about like 30 seconds, 30 HP he could take before he has to try to make a move.
Yamzo trying to see if he can get a lurk opportunity off onto Chimp, but Chimp just a little bit too high up. Instead, Yamzo going to look to depart from the scene of the crime. Fortunately, with no white heals, it won't be able to outlast it. Some bandages that Josh is going to happen to stumble upon. And the gloves also going to take him a good means away, but damage has been done here, Jacob. Losing Yamzo at this stage, it just opens them up for being so focused by the rest of the lobby. They're going to be late on their rotations. They're going to be kind of contending for scraps on their loadouts. Bit of an uphill battle after such a hot start in game 1.
Yeah, we just got to remember this moment, just in case we do see them kind of pop off in this end game. You got to think of like little moments, like Josh being able to stay alive. And you can see they really only had bandages. Maybe he found a med kit there at the last second, but they're going to have a long road ahead of them. Peterbot Poyo, you see the most damage and eliminations in the last qualifier. That's going to go for Peterbot. Just going to show when he takes it serious, when he's feeling confident, when he's in form, he's an unmovable force and object that you don't want to go against. And then Poyo, I think he's finally getting more and more of his well-deserved spotlight. Because, you know, when they won their global championship, everybody looked at Peterbot. He did this, he did that. And I think now Poyo, especially coming into this season, has so many more solo clutches and big moments that he's getting credit for.
Hey, all roads lead to Poyo after all. In Pete's circumstances. He also had that Eradicator OXR rifle. That is a spooky sight in the hands of Peterbot. You know, Thomas HD on EU is a very feared opponent when it comes to that weapon, and just understanding the fact that it's going to ramp up in body damage for every single consecutive hit. That's a dangerous scene for the rest of this lobby here, Jacob. We'll have to see whether or not it actually pans out in their favor as other teams begin to try and settle in to their positions. Clicks and Higgs, his first partial, willing to tank up a little bit of Storm. They've got the pizza, got Flowberry Fizz too, and those overdrive grenades full stacked and ready. Let's see if they can get the party started.
They're in zone, almost nothing to worry about. Kind of thinking about where is Josh and Yamzo? How have they been doing? Well, they've been doing just enough, Taco, to get back in the game, but you can see they aren't maxed out on materials, empty item slots from Josh. You can see Yamzo has the grappler instead of Shockwave, so it goes to show that they're just kind of scrapping their way back into this game. But there's one thing I learned about Fortnite, especially in Reload. All you need is a chance. You give a team an inch, they will threaten to take a mile. And Josh Yamzo is one of those teams, especially if they can continue that momentum from that last game.
Hey, after seeing Josh's movement in those final little matchups against Pete Poyo, he might not need those overdrive grenades. Yeah, that man is wiggly with it, so we'll have to see whether or not they're able to find a refresh, though. Obviously, they would prefer to have clear mobility. There's a duo nearby them, but Acorn Bolts, another team. Fortunately for them, 2 other duos having already been eliminated. So they'll be able to take a little bit of a pause here and really gauge where the lobby is starting to really pull most of its congestion towards. Reek Cooper, frontside low. But decent amount of lobby focus coming their way, and Clicks Higgs also knocking on the door here. Floor overhead, getting a little bit threatened there. Cooper, they'll just look to reposition. Ager's Ritual also on the move.
Yeah, just taking it one step at a time. And you can see instead of kind of shockwaving over the top, they're just trying to go as much as they can forward on foot before they eventually break out those shockwaves and try to cover as much distance as they can and what they believe to be one hop. And you see the rapid inventory again. You said it. They're just doing everything that they can to win. The cluster cannon in the inventory. It does have the slurp juice and the crash pads. It's almost a much different look to the game and the meta of Reload than we're seeing a lot of players, especially with their loadouts. It's Cold Rapid, wasting no time, trying to get to the front. They see that layer's congested. Cold wasting no time, dropping down low, reuniting with Rapid. Even with some pressure coming from behind from Shadow and Virgo, they waste no time to defend either throne.
Cold and Rapid still did relatively good job at managing to stay with their shields largely intact here as Eoxy and JoJo looking down, but also checking out what's in front of them. The cube rifle going to open up a little bit more opportunities in terms of rotational abilities, because wherever that cube rifle is being sprayed towards, teams are going to want to head a different direction from it. So that might permit Jojo and Aoxy just long enough to actually navigate the direction that they want most.
I'm just looking at where these last two zones have pulled, Taco. We were over the edge of a cliff. If it went north, if it went east, they're going off that mountain. It goes south. It escapes danger. Right now, if it went towards the southwest again, you're going to chisel cubes into that dip, but we are escaping it yet again, trying to keep it relatively close to level ground. I think Clicks and Higgs just trying to take that approach, using the mountain, that natural terrain as a line of sight that can't be shot through. That gets them to the front side of the zone for now, but still so much more space to open up, which gives them time to work with, just like Josh and Yamzo. They're just trying to look around, scout out where teams are, so when they eventually peek out of this box and try to make that rotation, because they have no shockwaves or grapples, they need to be perfect.
And they have to burn through a lot of their material with every step of the way. Some of these other duos able to preserve a little bit of their match just because of the overdrive grenades, but there's another risk that's involved when you use these overdrive grenades, knowing that the cube rifle is in the lobby. You're a bit exposed if a team is on height, trying to lay down some suppressive measures here. Virgo gonna be lit up from a cube rifle tag. His bolts, Acorn way overhead. Doesn't seem like anyone has spotted them out just yet, but Jojo and Aoxy from the low ground causing problems right now for Jason Liam. They haven't found the elimination that they're searching for. Clicks, different story entirely though. He's taking out Chimp.
Yeah, that's a big elimination for them, a refresh that they need to get back into this game, and immediately you see what the plan is. Shockwave, or the launch pad with that fizz, so that way they can get over all these other teams that are going to try to break in the box. And you see after game number 1, where you saw maybe 2, 3 teams use that as a play, 4 or 5 are now going up in this game, causing a little commotion to Peterbot and Poyo's high ground, but the same thing on these mid layers for Cold and Rapid, but they handle the pressure quickly. They not only get that elimination, but clean it up, giving them some time to work with. Peterbot and Poyo using the advantage that they have of those cube rifles to try to get some damage on teams that are slowly but surely floating in.
That was a really nice chop too by Poyo onto Lawrence, and he even got the full 100 tag. The great pump, but now it's all about breaking up these builds underneath. Cube rifle still administering a lot of pain, a lot of problems. Yamzo, unfortunately, he'll have to go this one alone from here on out. Doesn't have Josh by his side. Just looking to keep the placement points intact, but Bolts, Acorn, they managed to strike first onto Clicks. And that's going to be a big setback here for Higgs now. So he'll be left to sort out the affairs as a solo. Bolts and Acorn, on the other hand, more than happy to just claim as much space as they can.
Yeah, you can see them sharing the heals. They know that this one is not going to get easier as this game progresses. Craze goes down. Cold ends up in a 2v1 against King and Craze. He takes them both out with ease. Quickly Shockwave to the front. Knows Rapid has his back. They're just trying to make the strength in the duo matter. Aoxy's down. Jojo's by himself. He doesn't have that same vote of confidence, but he gets sprayed down below out of that dangerous layer. A blessing in disguise for him. Higgs may not have that same luck, though. A whole team trying to bulldoze their way into that box on the other side, but the zone is pushing them further and further away.
It all depends on whether or not Peterbot and Poyo actually make their presence known. Some of these teams trying to play that front side low. Veer gonna be in Peterbot's sights, but he's just gonna keep tarping overhead instead. Bolts, Acorn with another one, but they still have so many problems to try and overcome here, getting a little bit caught up behind some of these pre-existing builds, just trying to make their way towards that front side of zone, but it is not easy by any degree. Rapid and Cold also looking to be the cutoff point potentially. They're also playing from that backside of zone. Muzz directly underneath, ultimate low. Cold to slide forward, but just bit off a little bit more than he could chew with that one. That'll be Cold and Rapid fully taken out. Peterbot and Poyo now looking to rack up the numbers here for eliminations.
Yeah, they have the high ground, but they don't really have the builds. Anybody that has material down below might be able to contest him, but he has an opportunity on a down body on the Muzz. Goes for it, but it is going to be bait. Peterbot goes down, but a nice explosive effort here coming out from Poyo. The cube rifle is king. Poyo trying to make a play, gets at least one elimination on his Sphinx, but not enough to get the back-to-back. Acorn and Bolts shut him down to take the game.
And that's why you can never factor out Acorn and Bolts when it comes to any sort of of competitive environment here, Jacob. That was a big bounce back game for them after how the first lobby sorted itself out, and I'm sure they'll be feeling very nicely about their position on the leaderboard, sure to jump them up quite a few places.
Yeah, after barely missing out on that spot by 1 point in Qualifier 1, they came for redemption, Zeke.
Oh, baby, I cannot. But, dude, they took that personally, didn't they, Jacob? They took that junk personally. They said, look, hold on, 1 point off of Qualifier. You know what, Kelly? Maybe we come back stronger. Maybe we make sure Peter Bottom, you thought they're going to win. No, sit down, friends. We're going to take a victory royale, especially in such a chaotic end game there. Oh, wow. That was crazy. That was crazy.
I mean, Zeke, you want to talk about taking it personally, going from 20th place, last place after game number 1, to getting the victory royale in game number 2. I would say that's taking it personally. Acorn and Bolts showing that they are not done just yet. They just had, an off game number 1. We know that they were going to be contested, so looks like they made some adjustments, Vivid, and looks like those adjustments paid out tenfold.
Yeah, super cool to see here. We're kind of seeing these lobbies unfold in such a way where, you have the higher ground team applying all this pressure, but whoever seemingly can find themselves on that lower ground, similar to how Acorn and Bolts were that game, is going to be in such a good position. You gotta think about it. All of the pressure is being applied to all of the teams that are above you if you are on that low ground, right? Because that cube rifle cannot reach you if you and the rest of the lobby separate yourselves and that team up on the high ground. Acorn and Bolts taking over the low ground right here in game number 2, and they're definitely going to be soaring up the leaderboard after this performance.
So well executed by the duo. Oh my gosh, even just getting to see this back, like, I love that opportunity, because we're in the game, we're bouncing back and forth between all these players, but kind of getting them to see how they kind of made it to that point. And I think didn't at one point they even drop their cube rifle?
Yeah. Big Bolts had one, dropped it, man. Yeah, decisions were made. Hey, but it worked out. You know what I mean? Didn't want the cube rifle because he realized they were going to be playing low ground. Wanted something that, he could apply some pressure, but get into the box and feel confident in it. So, hey, worked out for them. They won the game.
Crazy stuff. That's just game number 2. We have 6 more to go before we call it goodbye for the day. First, a quick break. When we return, we see how high Acorn and Bolts climbed that leaderboard. So, we'll see you right after this.
Teammate time is back. Snaps gets the drop on the Marius. Stays alive. They're targeting up Vanya. 3v1.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. We just watched game number 2, gone over to Acorn and Bolts in crazy fashion. Congrats to them. And we knew kind of coming into this, they were in last place. They were 20th place. but a victory royale suddenly changes everything. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Let's see how high they climbed up the leaderboard right here, right now. That's right.
That's right. They jumped up 14 spots, going up into 6th place. And Acorn and Bolts now showing, because we do want to clarify, they don't have the crown next to their name. And I know that seems wild because it's Acorn and Bolts. Of course, they've already made it to land. No, they have not. So being able to get that victory royale, jumping them up to 6th place is definitely the momentum that they want. And honestly, Vivid, while looking back on my notes, one thing that actually stood out to me was Bolt and Acorn launching up into the air around zone 8. And then the plays that they made after that. Typically when we see these teams launch up into the air, they're kind of vying for high ground there, but they were just using that purely for observationals, and then they dropped down to low and kind of stuck there. They saw the chaos that was going for high ground, and Acorn, he's so smart and he's really quick with adapting, and I think that's actually what we got to see in that end game there. But speaking of watching some incredible plays, obviously Muzz and Sphinx, they do have the crown, but they also still want to be at the top of our leaderboard, so jumping up 5 placements after that game, pretty good, Vivid.
Yeah, are already qualified, but that prize pool is, of course, still up for grabs there. One thing that seemingly is not up for grabs, though, is the high ground right now. Peterbot and Pollo back-to-back games returning to what just seems synonymous with their names at this point, right? Them and the high ground. Obviously, it's going to be a rinse and repeat in terms of, you know, their approach to that. They did luck out. They did pick up another cube rifle here in game number 2. Unfortunately for them, though, a little bit lackluster in the category of finding those refreshes. As you can see right there, when we were actually in like top 6, top 5, whenever we were kind of tuning into them, it was 0 builds available. And yeah, they were able to kind of, you know, leech off of the rest of the lobbies, kind of run around on the cones on top and clutch up that 2nd place. But if they were kind of just playing a little bit more to pick up some of those refreshes, they would have had the builds to potentially go ahead and win back-to-back games there. But who's going to complain about a 1st place and a 2nd place when you have established a 42-point lead at the top of the leaderboard?
Disgusting, just like the fact that Kale left me hanging. Let's take a look though. Shadow and Virgo, 2nd place, Vivid. This is big for the duo, right? I mean, we're looking to make sure we can end the day in top 2, and what's really interesting as well, the teams that have already qualified are all in that top 10. So I feel like, dude, the pieces are here, right? For Shadow and Virgo, this is looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. It's kind of funny looking at their match history because we kind of speak about, of course, we're playing 8 games today. You need to be consistent over all 8 games. We've only played 2 games, so, you know, small sample size. But both games for Shadow and Virgo, 4th place with 3 eliminations. Like, it's been the exact same performance, but that is good enough right now to be in 2nd place and pretty comfortably.
Yeah, going to be looking to make some changes, obviously, though. I think that they're looking for that win. However, they definitely don't seem to be looking at high ground at all. It seems to be sticking to the low and mid ground. So might just be looking for that right opportunity to kind of control, get those good refreshes, and then wait for the final 2v2 moment to get that VR.
Oh my gosh. Well, look, again, it's fine. It's just the first 2 games right now. Everything is fine. Sorry, I'm talking to the Fortnite fan, not myself. Everything's fine, Fortnite fam. We still have 6 more games, so why don't we jump back into the action? Game number 3 is ready, so casters, over to you.
It is too early, Zeke. It's too early to panic. It's only been 2 games. You can start panicking maybe at game 5 if your teams aren't as high up on the leaderboard as you thought. But again, Peterbot and Pollo's domination over these 2 games just really disrupting the entire leaderboard. They got their spot secured. They're stealing points away.
I felt like I was watching a lobby just hiding in sheer terror because of the fact that they were having to contend with Peterbot and Pollo on height. And if it wasn't Pollo with the cube rifle, it was Pete with that exotic Eradicator OXR rifle. I mean, it's just devastating pressure. There's not really a whole lot of options left other than to try and be out of sight, out of mind. But for right now, these teams definitely trying to stamp their own mark in the lobby because they want to make sure that they're approaching that top end of the leaderboard. And here in game 3 could be their best shot.
You got Shadow and Virgo coming into this game 2nd place, 98 points. Aoxy and JoJo at 92 points. And I know they talked about all the teams that have already qualified. So you look down in 6th place to Acorn and Bolts, the next team on that list just outside of the bubble at 78 points. There is a little bit of a gap that is starting to spread. So you're looking at teams like Acorn and Bolts. You're looking at teams like Ages of Ritual, even Noxie and Veer to remain consistent, because this is a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Teams just looking to try and outlast each other, but at the same time, Jacob, it's hard for the lobbies to not start to wear on you. That's where individual player experience can really start to shine here. As Cooper, right now, rocking up the solo lifestyle, waiting for Reek to get booted, and sure enough, he'll be brought back into the action. This is where teams usually start to explore a bit, but Rapid, hoping that he can just escape. Does have pizza slices to bring his HP back up to a healthy level. Still, Havoc certainly trying to take out Rapid if he can. He's already got 1 elimination, and Rapid more than happy. Keep trying to get a little fraggy with it. He wants another onto Havoc. Whether or not he can find it, that's still up in the air, but there's the closing shots, and Rapid will be able to connect. Another solid elimination here. What I was about to mention, Jacob, is the fact that teams might start to send off a solo player, right, to other drops, try and mix things up a bit, see whether they can find an elimination or two. And if you get eliminated in the process, you don't really lose too much along the way, because you just go right back to the safety of your original drop.
Yeah, especially since, you know, it is 4 points per elimination, and we've seen, you know, Cold Rapid, prime example of just not really winning games, even though they are consistently into the top 10, into the top 5, but it's more so their eliminations that is building them a gap between them and everybody else. Muzz and Sphinx, we saw 2 games of not uncontested, but, you know, splitting it. They're not really taking each other out or fighting early on. Muzz and Sphinx, I'm not sure if it's a play because of where they're at on the leaderboard, or maybe they just don't want to mess with Acorn and Bolts on their drop anymore. They do take the fight to them and start off with elimination, and now here goes Rapid again. We've already seen him going from spot to spot to spot trying to get these eliminations, and now he's just hunting down freshly rebooted players out of the sky.
It's crazy to think, though, Rapid and Muzz with the same sort of mentality, both just trying to chase down Bolts, and this is where you enter a vicious cycle if you're in Bolts' shoes here, because all he's trying to do, Jacob, is just make it back. Be a participant, but the lobby, brutal as ever, refusing to give him any sort of slack here. Jojo now going to be the next member up. It's like we're watching a bunch of different players just heading up the bat, and poor Bolts, they are just non-stop hitting home runs on this guy. It's an unfortunate circumstance. Yeah.
I bet you Allie is watching this somewhere, smiling ear to ear. Finally, somebody else knows how it feels. But 3 straight eliminations, Bolts just really not having the game that he'd hope, or at least the start of it. Hobby did pick up a couple eliminations, but you see a Minish freshly rebooted out of the sky. Hobby knows I can't necessarily be a hero here, but he still figures out how to make the play. He gets a good amount of damage onto Reed, forces the fall down right into a box to where he can try to play aggressive. Reed's taking some time to heal up, and that's time that Hobby's going to use to try to get in the box. More damage being fired off, but finally, to help Gum catches up. Cooper is there to try to save the day.
Oh, but Javi, he had Reed running there for a moment. A great backup play, though, from Cooper to assure Reed, prevent him from actually being eliminated and becoming one of those members that just gets so targeted off the reboots. But, man, Javi, looking, he was moving kind of different there for a second. He's been a name for himself, that's for sure. On the NA region. G-Money and Nisha, though, a little bit stuck north side currently. Craze and Kingling might be the next target.
Yeah, it seems like these guys have kind of been going head to head. G-Money's 1 elimination is on King or Craze. Don't really remember who on the feed, but you see that King and Craze were contesting Clicks and Higgs. Instead of fighting them out of the gate, they're going elsewhere for loot, but so are G-Money and Ishu, and that's why they're clashing each and every one of these games. So interesting if Craze and King choose to fight their actual POI this time around, or maybe they just take a different approach towards the outside. But Rapid getting that elimination onto a Minish. It's a Minish and Hobby just tagging each other in and out, in and out. It's your turn to survive. No, it's your turn to survive. And sometimes that's just the name of the game. And that's why I think we all kind of mention the mental composure that these players have to go through.
Cooper and Reet, though. Yet another little skirmish starting to unfold here between themselves, but I think better of it. They've already got 2 eliminations, and they want to reserve as much of their white heals as they can. Don't want to burn through everything unnecessarily. And this is where time to elimination also becomes a pretty big factor here, Jacob, because you don't want to be third-partied. The lobby starting to get a bit impatient with waiting just for those players that are rebooting nonstop. They also want to just see if they can tackle other duos that just get a little bit too distracted looking up into the sky, and then you always got to make sure that you're aware of your surroundings because somebody might be lurking.
This is where we're getting to the stage of the game where those types of lurks can be really, really devastating, because even though reboots still need about 3 zones to turn off, we've already seen, you know, a Minish, Bolts, and so many others struggle to even touch down after initially getting eliminated and getting put on the cycle. Again, a Minish getting cleaned up by Rapid. That's 6 eliminations for Rapid and Cold, and now Hobby's there. Hobby needs to stay alive a certain amount of time here so that we can try to get a Minish back in the game. Hobby's just one more shot away from going down. He gets fully eliminated, wiped out of this game. Rapid and Cold, their fun has come to an end, but at least they got something to show for it.
Well, they got 21 elimination points to show for it. Excuse me, my math might even be wrong on that one. That's a little bit of the NA side sticking out, possibly, but still, 7 eliminations, Jacob. That is a gross amount. Hey, look, it's been we've been going, you know, NA, a little bit of cube rifling in between, but Virgo, Shadow, one thing's for sure, they're in a pretty solid spot right now on the leaderboard, and they definitely want to try and maintain it. If not, keep sending themselves even further upwards. But catching up to Pete and Pollo is not going to be easy when they're already at 140 points.
And Shadow and Virgo is one of those teams that they can get aggressive. They can fight with the best of them, but they usually do try to take at least a little bit of a calculated approach to the game, you know, play towards the zone, get their surge, and kind of build it up one step out another. And then it's nice to see them stay within contention, so that way they don't have to make any desperate moves so far at any stage in this game. Because jump on board Ritual Agers, their 3rd elimination here, looking down, just trying to see what scraps of that loot they want to take with them to the next station of the game. We're on the 5th zone, and this is where you start to worry if you're one of those teams or players that do get eliminated. 2 more zones, they start to shut off, so even though you can get rebooted now, that zone is going to shrink smaller and smaller, so you might have nowhere else to go.
For Noxie and Beer, they're just waiting for the prime opportunity. So many duos just opting for these early storm-based positions. They know they can afford to do so, but at the same time, Jacob, you absorb too many ticks early on, might have to worry about it for the storm sickness after the fact. But Sphinx and Muzz are looking to see if they can shut down Bolts and Acorn. If anything, they're definitely going to keep this launch pad in their control. Rapid Cold, 8 eliminations now as a duo. These guys are on a rampage.
24 points now off straight eliminations, and they're right next to the zone. They're just going to keep this one going. Muzz, Sphinx towards the other side of the map against Acorn and Bolts. You kind of see they both, since they landed the same spot, they literally are playing for the same exact strategy. The Fizz with the launch pad towards the backside of the zone, and now they're kind of stuck in a standoff, Taco, because whoever goes first means you're likely going to get tagged up, and whoever goes second means you're likely going to be held out.
Oh, but Yamzo and Josh, they were kind of drawn towards that beacon in the sky of Habit, sending himself into the reboot cycle. And it actually causes for Cold and Rapid come to a little bit of a pause here. Maybe they even spotted out the fact that Ruins is under a lot of duress right now. The lobby kind of locking in on his position to make things a little bit difficult, but it might also be the 9th elimination there for Cold and Rapid. I have to just wait and see whether or not that actually comes to fruition. But Pete, Pollo, cube rifle in hand, they are locked in right now on Sonito and Wagers. And man, I think right now, if I'm Sunito and Wagers, this is like my worst nightmare. These guys have already gone through it today.
Yeah, they're just being held outside of the zone. They thought, hey, we're going to rotate it on the slower end. Let the zone open up. Hopefully it won't be contested. And then not only running to Pete and Pollo, but you see Shadow and Virgo in there as well. Might be a little bit of a blessing, though, for Aoxy and JoJo. They get pushed by Shadow and Virgo, which means they're out of that line of sight from Peterbot and Pollo. As you see Bolts and Acorn, we asking questions about how they're going to get back into this game. Bolts, after being put in the rinse cycle for a good portion of the early game, is finally back into it and building that confidence back up.
Still ridiculous to think about how many heavy hitters on NA have yet to secure their LAN qualification, and they're all looking to try and hunt it here today. Would be nice to just confirm themselves, and then you can just play the next Reload Elite Series finals the way that, you know, maybe Muzz and Sphinx are kind of looking to try and take control of things. 3 eliminations, but they can take their time is the main point I'm trying to get at here, Jacob. They're not really under any sort of, you know, stress in the sense of, I need to make sure that I am in that top spot on the leaderboard for a LAN spot.
Yeah, it's just like stick to what's been working for us so far. Stick to the playbook. Obviously, Elite Strongholds, a much different map than the first 2 qualifiers, but they built a little bit of a strat that they can hold confidence to. And so far, it is working out here early on. Zone pulling all the way on over towards the eastern side of the map so far. Clicks and Higgs waste no time using that shockwave, trying to be one of the first teams there just to get there on the edge and kind of give them choices, options to work with once it does pull on over. But Josh and Yams are the really only option here is to try to go as quick as possible. They got one of the farthest pulls out of every team still left to rotate.
At least have those overdrive grenades to work with, but with Sunito and Wagers on the other side, where they're currently boxed, can make things a little bit more complicated, so they'll opt for the Flowberry Fizz option instead. Try and catapult themselves a little bit further and higher up overhead. Still a dangerous position to be in, though, because one more time, friendly reminder, duos that are just already boxed inside of the zone, if they look back and if one of them happens to have that cube rifle, be a devastating effect here as Yamzo nearly brought down, but just narrowly managing to avoid that detonation.
Yeah, quickly slides right past it. Didn't even notice that his life flashed right before his very eyes as they set their sights onto Cooper. That's only going to be a knock for now, but they see the pressure that Reet and Cooper are going through. Cube rifle explosions everywhere, spray coming from the other side, and a whole nother team knocking on that door. That means that's going to be an easy cleanup and no chance for Cooper to get back in the game. Reboots have officially turned off. So now he's going to be left as a solo, and as of now, Taco is the only solo left in this game.
How many points will he be able to build up? Maybe the eliminations might be a little bit more appealing to go for as opposed to just outright placement positions. Clicks and Higgs, though, headed for a frontside position. A little bit separated from where the rest of those frontside teams are currently boxed up, but looking back, fully aware of the fact that teams that are still on that mountain face starting to make their way in. Acorn getting beamed on the crossover, but he still managed to actually make it in. That's the important part. A lot of hustle, though, on display here as Josh and Yamzo. They're going to be on ultimate low, Pete and Boya ultimate high, just waiting.
Yeah, we've literally seen this almost every single game out of Pete and Pollo, just using the Fizz, using that launch pad, so that way they get past the 8th zone, they get past the 9th zone, so they don't have to go through what every other team is. Players accidentally bursting into the boxes, maybe down on materials, need that elimination. And see, even though Clicks and Higgs shockwave from one side to the other, immediately they're forced to go down one of those layers because of a team right above, Muzz and Sphinx. They're not necessarily feeling the pressure here, but you see a Prieta getting ready. They're ready to put that pressure down, and Rapid's the ones that could feel a world of pain, leaving Cold by himself. And now it's Cold and Reet. Only 2 duos, or solos, I should say, left in this game.
But Cold, what's he going to be able to actually put together here as a solo and an incredibly thin material count here? High ground starting to try and get a little bit more sorted out, but Agers and Ritual will take their time. Just holding down frontside position currently. Bolts, Acorn, same mentality, just looking back, trying to set up a pre-edit, making sure to open things up, want to keep things moving forward here off the overdrive. Virgo, Shadow, No luck so far, but gonna drop down, make sure to connect. Still have a pretty good hold on height.
Just gotta be careful. I don't know where he was at, but I saw Pete floating down slowly out of that sky. Mud, Sphinx, they get sent right back to the lobby. Virtual Aoxy getting credit for those eliminations as Bolt's run come to an end here, leaving Acorn as a solo. And you can see he really only has 5 builds left. He's trying to stay near the body so that way he can get all of those siphon mats or as much of the material as possible. But he's actually gonna go for the revive. They have the pizzas. They have enough to get HP up for Bolt to put him into fighting shape, but they're on the backside of the zone without any builds. Bolt is gonna go down yet again. Acorn sliding around trying to land the elimination shot, but Wagers absolutely turns and burns them both down.
That was a disgusting little wiggle path coming out of Wagers here. Still, he loses Sunita along the way. Peterbot now going to make his descent, but the build's just getting obliterated, and Pete forced to drop yet again. Still, he'll try to make his way back up towards height. He wants firm control of this high ground. He's got Poyo looking to back him up. A couple of pizza slices there too, but Kingling and Craze, they're going to be the primary duo right now, looking to sort things out, and Pete, Poyo having to deal with cube rifles of despair and duos in general directly underneath them. They need to find some openings here, but first it's going to be Shadow trying to see if he can take out Click. Still, pump shot not going to be enough for the overall knock, and he needs that siphon. He needs a refresh.
Yeah, he needs to stay alive here. Not even half of the placement points have set in just yet, and we know they were lacking in that elimination category, so you cannot go down. Craze is going to fall. Ozone gets taken out. Peterbot and Poyo again wreaking havoc on the lobby with that cube rifle from up above. You see they have empty item slots, almost no way down safely. Actually, Jojo floating through the bottom side of the map. Josh and Yamzo just one layer shorter. They find elimination onto Agers. Those materials, while it might not be plentiful, it's enough to keep them looking strong.
And the main thing is the more materials you have, the longer you can maybe try and evade those cube rifles, but the detonation's just breaking all sorts of builds. Kingling has fallen. Wagers still keeping the ball rolling here. 6 eliminations is insanity as a solo, but Jojo, Aoxy, they might be the ones to shut him down. A duo, have they scouted out this solo lingering just up ahead? They're both going to look to challenge him one at a time, though, and that's going to be Clicks and Higgs just picking up the aftermath. A really nice collapse there.
Yeah, use the solo as a distraction to clean up all 3 of those eliminations. Now we're down to our final 4. Lawrence is going to get cleaned up as well. All 3 teams stacked down below. One's going to be up above. That's Peterbot and Poyo. Clicks is trying to make a contest for it. He shockwaves up, tries to get damage, but he cannot get the chop, leaving Higgs by himself to go down. But Peterbot's going to fall. It's a worthwhile sacrifice, but Josh and Yamzo still left alive. They're the only duo, but I said that loosely. I might have cursed them because the Yamzo will go down next. It's all solos left alive. Peterbot up above. Josh going head-to-head down below, but he doesn't want to take the 1v1. He wants to take the high ground up against Poyo, forces him to interact with Clicks. Poyo gets that elimination. Now it's a 1v1. Josh versus Poyo. The superstar versus the future here for the game win, but Poyo lands a big shot, but Josh is that much bigger. They take the game out of their hands.
Look, Josh has already been here once so far today. Only this time, he's going to make sure that he comes out on top. It's crazy that it was the exact same matchup to boot. Pete and Poyo, they find another second place finish, but Yamzo and Josh with the victory royale. That's going to be the exact kind of points that they need to surge up that leaderboard. And not only that, but plenty more action still to come. Right, Desk?
Why do we keep coming down to these 1v1 situations where I'm like, wait, no, wait, you know, like this so crazy. And I love that Jacob calls out like this king versus the future. That's such a crazy call, Jacob. You're such a legend. Man, Josh and Yamzo. And keep in mind, they already have a spot, right? They've already qualified. They're good to go, but they're just like, hey, listen, that's not good enough. We want to continue fighting. We want to continue to show, hey, when it comes to that final situation where we're on land, we're all together. If you're gonna try and contest us, it's gonna be a bad time for you. So I love seeing them come out like this. And again, to just be put in that solo situation, Kelly, man, props to Josh.
Well, for me, it was the taco called it out that this is the repeat that we got to see from game number one. Josh and Iamzo versus Peter and Pollo, one on high ground, one on low ground once again, and Josh was not going to allow that to happen. He missed the opportunity for the 1v2, but a 1v1 is a lot more doable. Josh taking down Pollo in the final moments and, you know, just solidifying their spot in LAN already, showing that, like you said, Zeke, they're here to show up and that they are here to take LAN by force.
Love the way this duo is playing right now. We've seen this before from Iamzo, right? Controlling the low gun. He does it in FNCS. He's going to be running it back here in Reload Elite Series, of course. Paired up with Josh, they're absolutely running through any duo that dares go down on the low gun, and they feel pretty safe from that cube rifle because, once again, like I said before, they're kind of protected by all of the other teams in the lobby, and the team's looking good right now.
Man, the action has not stopped, but for now we do have to stop and take a short break. I know, but it's all good. When we come back, we'll have game number 4 on deck. We'll take a look at some of the standings, the leaderboard, see how things are going for a lot of these duos who, again, are trying to end in the top 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Teammate time is back. First Ash gets the drop on the Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting up Vanya. 3v1. If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty. I need the penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. Got the match build like a pro. You know the legends go harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it known. Me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claim. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-0, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball. I'ma build it up. Start I see my glow where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find a go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I split your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. They love my whole steady. They got so listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Get with me with an arrow, 7 nights I never fall. No cattle, the golden wear saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they yank and slap. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes, win it. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go.
You know what they say, Fortnite fam. Harder than hard to go. That's what Peterbot and Pollo are feeling right now. That's what Peterbot and Pollo are feeling right now because we are going to take a look at this leaderboard. And when I tell you this is disgusting, I can't think of a word that would better describe their performance right now. We're talking a first place, a second place, a second place, and eliminations, all to be at 202 points. What the heck is going on, Kelly Lake? What is this placement?
Did we bring Grim Gate to the new map? I was not aware that we had medallions in the game. No, Peterbot and Pollo, you know, like I said, everyone likes to pretend that they're washed. It's over. They're going to split up. And time again, it is the Peterbot and Pollo show. Right now, the center stage, of course, is on height as we continuously see Peterbot and Pollo go there. And we know these two, they're not squares. No, they're cubed. So, you know, going for the high ground. And they're doing a great job of it. They're doing a great job.
Yes, they are. It was actually crazy. Blankety might have missed it. I definitely did initially watching it right there, but we saw clicks from his POV right there, kind of tried to make this little bit of a play towards the high ground, and somehow Higgs actually snuck his way up onto the high ground and took out Peterbot. So without that little bit of a play from Clicks and Higgs, this 2v1 could have potentially happened at the end there again onto Josh, but instead leaving it down to a 1v1. Josh is going ahead and able to pick that one up there. Speaking about one of our other teams, right? We kind of talked about both the teams that are already qualified up there in the top four. One of our teams that, you know, they've been doing good. They were consistent coming into this game with a couple of fourth places. They did slip up 11th place, Shadow and Virgo, which is why they did go down 2 placements right there. But as you can see, they are still in range to go ahead and qualify to the EWC. And Kelly, I think the thing that you like to see initially towards the start of this end game was the fact that, hey, look, they were trying to go ahead and maintain the high ground.
Yeah, and they were doing a great job with that. They were doing that around zone 9, but honestly, maintaining the high ground is only a part of it. Knowing when to drop it, when to let go, especially when it's the likes of Peterbot and Pollo trying to steal it away from you. Well, that to me is even more important. And Shadow and Virgo attempted a great drop off there from high ground. Unfortunately, though, when you drop down to the middle ground, there's just so many other teams running around there. It's really just RNG if someone's able to jump in on your box, which unfortunately was the case for Shadow there.
It's all good though, right? Everything's good. They're right there on the line, but we just got to keep marching forward, right? We got to make sure we can just do everything we can. Game number 4 is ready for us. Let's jump back into the chaos. Casters, over to you.
Thank you guys so much. And Jacob, it is just so difficult for any teams to actually preserve the map material count because everybody has been kind of focusing on the fact that they are just surrounding themselves with trying to avoid the cube rifle focus. So they're hoping, okay, maybe if I hide in somebody else's builds, that'll help me, but no one has any materials. That's the real end game here. Pollo, they might be one of the healthiest teams because they keep controlling the high ground.
Yep, and then we can see if they can stay healthy, Taco, because game 4 is ready. Let's see Peterbot and Pollo ride the wave. This is where it starts to get interesting, though. Game 4, it's not necessarily the halfway point just yet, but this is where you start to teams put the pressure cookers on themselves and the rest of the lobby, because where you're at on the leaderboard, if you're, let's just say, you know, 15th through 20th, you may need to start getting active now. You cannot wait until the second half of the day. But if we're in, let's say, the top 7, top 8, where Clicks and Higgs are at, you just need to inch yourself closer and closer with each and every game.
It's just so difficult though, right? Especially once we're approaching this halfway point, but Peterbot, Pollo, they've had enough of it. They're starting to go on tour here already. Shadow, a victim, the first elimination. And for Peterbot and Pollo, Jacob, the further away that they pool, the more difficult it's going to become for any teams to actually play catch-up. It's not about the land position. They've already got that. They just want the prize pool. And at this rate, they're certainly building up to take it uncontested.
Yeah, and there's teams like this where Peterbot's looking to get aggressive, not really let him stand too long after the reboot. You know, he's sliding, gliding, causing a little bit more time to be extended here by Peterbot, but that's Shadow and Virgo that he's playing aggressive on. So he's literally, if they get them wiped out of the lobby or just make them have a rough start to their game, he's potentially putting them in a bad position and possibly fall out of the battle. There goes Shadow trying to make a play, and somehow Shadow lurks around the corner, takes down Peterbot, and that was a huge battle there for Shadow.
Are we gonna start calling this the Vaxity effect? You know, no way whatsoever, obviously, to Big Beta. But Pete, what is going on today, man? A very uncharacteristic couple of moments so far today. Just some big misses. Still doesn't necessarily threaten their position just yet, Jacob. A little bit of a stumble doesn't mean that they can't catch themselves later on in this lobby. Cold and Rapid, on the other hand. They're trying to see whether or not they can even find their first set of eliminations. Definitely been getting pretty fraggy early on.
Yeah, I know Rapid's been trying. He just hasn't been able to find the success just yet. But one thing we know about Rapid, and some of the, honestly, these big name fraggers that go out and kind of employ that strategy, it's just because they get taken down once doesn't mean they're going to slow down. Fresh off the reboot, you know they're going to go at it again. As Reet and Cooper, you know, a couple of times to start the early game, because of the bus path, we have seen Reet go down, but we've also seen Reet look to get eliminations early. This time around, they're just trying to farm up, so that way if they do end up in an engagement, they have enough mats, they have enough resources, so they're not playing desperate.
Oh man, this was the problem though. Rapid wanted to get aggressive instead. 180'd Kim and Chimp with their first elimination in game 4. And now it's all about whether or not Rapid's gonna be able to avoid that spin cycle of the reboot. Aggression, so many teams just drawn towards those reboot signals. It's Cold looking to back up his duo. Willing to get up close and personal here. A man on a mission, realistically. Colt's had enough. Pretty vocal about it on socials last night even, Jacob, where, you know, Colt's sick of the, you know, the fraud watch, the fraud talk. He's ready to prove that there is a reason why he's one of the most feared players on this region.
Yeah, and you can kind of see it. He didn't necessarily push in right there to get the eliminations. He saw that was the team that was farming Rapid out of the sky. And before they put him in a blender once more, Rapid had Cold push on over, got some damage, which allowed Rapid to kind of get off the respawn safely and get a second chance back into this game. But deep into the storm, Shadow and Virgo still running into some speed bumps along the way. Not only the team they're fighting, but another team in the distance, third partying, and just make it harder and harder for them to find early game eliminations.
There's just so many duos that are looking to try and make up for misplacements with some high elimination counts. Liam and Jace, they see Virgo Shadow trying to close the gap, get a little bit more aggressive up against G-Money and Ishu, but you always have to watch your back in these types of positions. You never want to be the duo that actually gets pinched, especially when you were the ones that were initially trying to kickstart the engagement in the first place.
King and Craze, different side of the map, but same kind of lurking potential. A lot of the times we did see them go towards the north. This time they kind of went towards the south from their original drop spot, just trying to take advantage of Sineto and Wagers, hopefully catching them off guard. But it does seem like they're kind of ready. They're building up over toward that mending machine. They're re-farming, so that way they don't really lose any material in terms of their count. But King and Craze, they're going to get bored of waiting. It does look like they're inching closer to try to close down any escape opportunities. They're building in metal to try to add as much of the audio cues as possible, so that way they have a top-down approach.
I think Sineto and Wagers actually queued up for a horror game edition of Fortnite here today, Jacob. If it's not the cube rifle, it is this. Just lurk play after lurk play, and they always seem to be on the receiving end of it. Granted, hasn't really posed a huge threat just yet in game 4, but it could change at a moment's notice here. It's all up to Craze. It's been spotted out though, position given away. Hasn't been able to find the exchange he was hoping for, and that's actually going to be enough to discourage any further aggression, at least for right now. But Kingling, he's got somebody else at his sights. He sees Speed, he sees Pollo, and he is trying to send some shots their way. A little bit trapped on this Ascender here. Now Kingling gonna feel confident here. He saw the shields get cracked, so he's willing to give chase, but Pollo able to escape at the last moment.
Yeah, the scary thing is, I'm not sure he realizes where his initial target was, the ones he knows they're weak. There was too many audio-visual footsteps down there, more than likely, at least 3. So he's gonna make that safe play. Launch pad out, get with your teammate, and get towards the zone, and this is going to give them an opportunity to look back, gather information, and figure out where those players are at. But this is why Peterbot and Pollo were even close by. Jace got freshly rebooted again, and it's Peterbot and Pollo that sent him right back on to that respawn timer.
All I'm saying is there's quite a few members in this lobby that maybe have developed new levels of empathy towards Allier from the Pro-Am event here, because it is such a vicious cycle when you get caught out in these reboots. But Cooper, Reet, they're looking to try and send Cam and Chimp packing. They're able to find the opening elimination. could be a lot of points for them. They're able to keep farming those reboots consistently, but they also just need this fight. They've invested a decent amount of their early game materials here, Jacob, and Reed nearly getting taken out here, but it's Cooper who's really got to be sent towards that high ground, just trying to get away. He's a chance. Pop that slurp juice still. It's a lot more than what they bargained for initially.
Yeah, it looks like for a second there, Reed almost full boxed one of them. He was able to slip on out. And you can almost get a little bit of a sense of why they are disengaging. Look at the material count. Reed almost ran out in the middle of that fight. Cooper was weak, forced to use the slurp juice, so they probably bit off just a little bit more than they can chew in that situation. But instead of kind of choking and going down, they just disengage and kind of replay this one out. No storm surge in these lobbies, Taco, so it's a much different vibe. So you're not forced with your hand to try to make it play because you're 200, 300 below the damage threshold. That gives Cooper and Reed a little bit more freedom to disengage and decide what they want to do next.
I want to see what Bolts does with this mythic goldfish. That's going to be, I think, my only mission that I beg from the production team. If he gets an elimination or anything off of that mythic goldfish, I definitely want to see it in 4K. But for right now, checking in with Spinks and Muzz, hanging out, kind of a center base position inside 5th zone. The clock is ticking, 102 points inside of this 4th lobby. But one more time, you just have to remember, LAN-Qual team, a little bit more easygoing.
Kind of a different amount of pressure that they're playing with. It's almost self-pressure. You know, wanting to do well in these tournaments, not because you need a spot. Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, however, they are playing with that pressure, but they're the first team out of our 2 spots available at 131 points coming into this game. They've been playing pretty well. Not a single game outside of the top 6. They had a 3rd, a 5th, a 6th, and eliminations in every one of their games, with 3 in 2 different ones, and a singular elimination in their 5th place game. Going to show that, hey, maybe consistency beats uber aggression in some cases. But you do need those eliminations there. G-Money and Ishu over towards hostile holds, rotating in from the north side of the map. G-Money luckily able to find that med kit. Otherwise, he would have had to use at least one of those slurp juices. But he has a couple extra nearby if Ishu needs them. So no real worries and no real kind of pressure being put on G-Money Ishu in the sense of timing.
Seems like this was a little bit of a pre-established plan for G-Money and Ishu, but Cold and Rapid, despite having that earlier delay, they've managed to recover quite nicely. And Cold, Rapid, just getting a good read on where the rest of the lobby is kind of sifting into. They'll have plenty of time to decide for where they want to head next, but get a little bit of a look back on what actually took place with Spinks and Muzz. Nice elimination, and what do you know? It's on Poyo. That is a little bit devastating there for Pete and Poyo. And Pete actually going for the revive. He knows what's at stake here. They haven't placed outside of top 2 all day so far, Jacob, and they're not looking to change that anytime soon.
I don't know who that was in the distance, Taco, but they shot a cube rifle over in the direction of Muzz and Spinks, and that's what forced them to back up and close that build. You almost want to let a team like Muzz and Spinks get aggressive onto Pete and Poyo, because even though reboots aren't turned off, if Poyo would have went down, I'm not sure the likelihood of him touching ground after that reboot again. So they have just been blessed by somebody else in the lobby, as Josh and Iyamzo, 158 points so far. Reboots are going to be turning off here, and so they make it a priority to kind of put themselves much further away from the majority of the lobby.
Definitely the right decision, with how much pressure tends to get kind of sent more towards that center zone area, especially as teams are going to begin to try and embark on their next rotate into that 7th zone. Aoxy and Jojo Fishy fully aware of the fact that there is another team boxed over ahead of them. Whether or not they know that it's Ritual and Agers, though, that is another conversation entirely. But for Richie and Agers, holding strong, and it's just so hard because you open up edits, you already called it out, right? Teams are looking with the cube rifle, and if you keep that wall open just a moment too long, all of a sudden you lose like all of your HP with it.
Okay, I want to know, is this a second goldfish Or did he somehow get that from? But do we have 2 goldfish running around the lobby? I know what happened last time we saw Peterbot with a goldfish in hand, just kind of absolutely obliterating Kanata and Arc on their journey to their own qualification a few qualifiers ago. They're just going to take it step by step. They have no real intention of one-hopping this with a shockwave. They're going to go ahead and take it in multiple journeys, but they run into clicks and hit. Oh my god, the goldfish in play again. Oh, I might have foreshadowed it, but I didn't believe in it. Peterbot absolutely demolishes clicks, sending Higgs elsewhere. Pollo took most of that damage, but luckily Peterbot's able to deal with that pressure. But what are we witnessing, Taco, in today's games?
We're watching Clix's face just be a magnet for that mythic goldfish. Peterbot, you just had to do it to him. And look at Bolts still rocking his mythic goldfish also. More the merrier, it would appear, but whether or not Bolts is going to have a similar level of success, we're just going to have to wait and see here. Plenty of teams in the surrounding area, though, as Cold and Rapid continue to manage to stay in a little bit of a more isolated position. Not committed towards high, not committed towards low, but waiting for their prime opportunity to strike.
And you see what Rapid had in his inventory. That wasn't a regular fizz. That was the exotic Slapberry fizz for both HP shield and that Slapberry effect. So for Cold and Rapid, it's definitely an added resource to their game plan here, but JoJo and Eoxy trying to make consistent along with Shadow and Virgo. And Virgo has been going through it in this game so far, so glad to see them at least giving themselves a shot to try to continue to move forward in the zone. Zone 8, though, Taco, all 20 teams have at least one of their players still left alive, trying to fight for any bit of placements in this game as Josh and Iamzo take some damage going from point A to point B, but at least they get to the front side of zone where they were looking to hope.
But this is just so stacked. All 20 duos having at least one representative, Jacob, is ridiculous to think about. And knowing even more so that Pete and Pollo, they are just hand in hand with each other, looking to try and devastate teams that are sitting towards that low ground. Sphinx going to become a little bit more of a target here, but Dim and Muzz able to escape for right now. JoJo and Aoxy also looking back, trying to see if they can get wagers along the way. Instead, overdrive grenade just to get that little extra sense of mobility. Pete just breaking build after build with this mythic goldfish, and you have to imagine that he's seeking out that immediate pump for the final blow here. Still, a lot of pre-existing builds that they have to break through.
Yeah, see if they can make it back in safely. And even if they do, how healthy they would be as JoJo just takes a massive shot. Drop down to roughly 50 HP. Shadow gets an elimination, and that was a big elimination too onto Cooper, kind of taking down him and Reet, separating them, leaving Reet as a solo again, forced in that same situation. We saw clicks go down. Higgs trying to make this solo run happen, but with only 9 builds left, he's almost in immediate danger, forced to try to get some sort of a refresh. But this is pandemonium here as eliminations from team to team to team. Bolts finds another one, and this is needed. Acorn and Bolts are the 3rd team just outside of the bubble.
Just looking like a bit of a demolition derby right now. Cole building every which way, trying to break through with the pickaxe. Gonna get sent hacking off of somebody else's overdrive grenade even. And now Cole having to keep his head on a swivel, looking every which direction. He needs a refresh. He needs it now. Even check out Reet wrapping all the way around. Might have that slurp juice pop just to keep him relatively healthy here along the way. But JoJo, as a solo, won't be able to withstand the pressure. Virgo finds that elimination. Cold still managing to stay up and running, but this is a very difficult position here. Bolts finds another refresh, and that little bit of siphon material might make the difference.
Yeah, he's just kind of using it just like Pete to try to one-shot a lot of these builds and hope to get the one pump in for the damage. Yamzo trying to lurk around by himself. Trade shots back and forth, still alive, but not necessarily healthy. Ozone takes a big shot. Golden almost fell for the same trap, but Yamzo is just causing pain around the lobby and gets an elimination onto Virgo. And that's a big loss. Aoxy, JoJo, Shadow, Virgo, they're all eliminated. That means the top 2 is open for the taking.
Not only that, but Yamzo, he's looking to see whether or not he can catch up to Pete and Pollo in this instance. Muzz Sphinx, on the other hand, having a couple of difficulties, but they have managed to take over semi-front side position here. Looking up, they know that Height has that cube rifle. Somebody is applying some decent pressure, and it's going to be Lawrence looking to try and bring down Sphinx and Muzz. All these wooden builds are just calling out, begging for Lawrence to send cube rifle shots their way.
Oh no, Quord goes down, probably try to get as much of the material as possible. You see, they're almost fresh out, but it cost him his life. He goes down, leaving his teammate by himself. One of 2 solos left in this game, but for Muzz and Sphinx, they're still grabbing scraps down below. Even without builds, they're not getting desperate in this situation. Yamso neither. As a solo, he's looking up, looking down, trying to dodge all around, but he finds a safety net here underneath, barely escaping what certainly could have been his demise.
Look at Golden and Ozone, though. They've actually managed to overthrow High. Lawrence going to be stuffed down, and in fact, it's going to be Ozone that gets the finishing elimination there. Yamso, though, still just lurking around in this secondary high layer. He's managed to avoid all the damage that's taking place underneath. Tries to get his name into the mix here, but it's going to be Muzz with the response. Muzz and Sphinx versus Golden and Ozone. Who's going to bring this one home?
Golden Ozone need it. They started this game in 11th place. The splat. Oh no, Muzz and Sphinx with their spot already secured in the EWC finals. They steal that game away. Those are the moments you hope and pray never happen. But for Muzz and Sphinx, they got to be celebrating now because up that leaderboard they go.
Hey, prize pool is always nice, especially if Muzz and Sphinx can get the bulk end of it. But that's just one victory royale. We've still got so many lobbies left to go, and we've got the desk to break down everything that just took place.
Jacob, why did you say that, Jacob? The splat? Oh man, that really got me good. Muzz, Sphinx. Y'all know I'm a big fan of Muzz. I'm trying to collect myself, Kelly. That was just crazy to see on broadcast. That's
I feel like
crazy.
you are in a
Muzz and
constant
Sphinx.
state of trying to collect yourself, but I'm collected right now. So we got Muzz and Sphinx, our winners for game number 4. Absolutely incredible. Honestly, watching them in the heats, this is what I expected them out of game number 1. But to do it in game number 4, Vivid, is still a great place to start.
Yeah, Muzz and Sphinx just have that. They have that composure, you know what I mean? Enough to go ahead and just carry them through this end game. And again, one of those teams that kind of finds themselves towards the low ground, right? Kind of safe from all the chaos that's going up on the high ground. Kind of surprising here, right? The way that this lobby kind of played out. No, at the end, at least, the team without a cube rifle actually found themselves on the high ground up there. But yeah, Muzz and Sphinx, one of those teams already qualified to EWC LAN. Just playing so well, kind of proving once again why they are one of those qualified teams.
Love to see it from the duo, and love to just think about them on LAN, you know, getting to hear from them directly, talk to them directly. You know, Sphinx is such a character. Anytime we've had interviews with him, you just know that guy's gonna make everybody laugh. But congratulations again to the duo. For now, we do have to go to a break. We are now at the halfway point of the competition. So when we return, we start to take a look at those standings, because with only 4 games left to go, we need to do everything we can to end in the top 2. So we'll see you shortly.
Teammates have his back. Where's Nash? Gets the drop on Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. I've collected myself, everything is fine. So that last game, Muzz and Sphinx walk away with a victory royale. The crazy thing, Kelly and Vivid, is that there's actually been some developments on the standings. Now, I know you're thinking, Zeke, what are you talking about? It's that Peterbot and Pollo are no longer in first place.
Wow.
Josh and Yamso somehow, some way have managed to steal away first place. That's absolutely insane from the duo. I'm just blown away by their performance today, especially given like the several kind of clutch situations both players have been in, Kelly. Like, these guys are on their A game today.
Well, you say somehow, some way. If you look at the stats between Josh and Iamzo and Peterbot and Pollo, that is a very similar looking set of stats right there, except for the one elimination off and then just a little bit better average placements. But even the games that they've had where they've gone a first, a second, and a third, very similar to Peterbot and Pollo, who is a first and 2 seconds, they also had one bad game. It just goes to show that even if you are super dominant, you're constantly in the end games, one bad game can easily shake everything off. But what I'm noticing right now, Vivid, is our top 4 teams right now are the same 4 teams that have already qualified to the LAN.
Yeah, they're showing that consistency across multiple qualifiers here and across multiple different metas. Man, I was really excited to see Peterbot get active with the mythic goldfish, but unfortunately it went down early. And I gotta tell you right now, sometimes Reload, it feels so brutal because if you pay attention to when Peterbot and Pollo went down, they were basically in the end game, right? Like that was like 9th zone where they went down. But because of how stacked this lobby has been playing out, they got 19th place with just 3 eliminations. So that game right there, in terms of picking up points, was not very fruitful at all, which gave Josh and Iamzo the opportunity to go ahead and bump themselves up in the first place. And I will quickly add a note. Yeah, you know, we say Josh and Iamzo, but that clutch right there from Iamzo was pretty much is what did it, was secured that first place slot entirely. I think Josh went down around top 11 and Iamzo ended up getting 3rd place as a solo. So an incredible clutch effort right there to bring our lead, our difference between 1st and 2nd place to just 1 point.
Yeah, and I love that, Kelly, you called out, because I was ready to jump in, right? Like, the top 4 are the 4 duos that already have spots. That means you just got to make top 6 if you want to make your way to EWC finals. And we are now at the halfway point of the competition. Oh my gosh. Taco, Jacob, I'm stressing.
Hey, you're not anywhere near as stressed out as some of these other duos that are currently surrounded in the top 10, though, Jacob, because the margins for error are just becoming ever so slim here. Duos cannot afford to go out before the placement points begin to factor in unless they've been able to make up for it with elimination points. And right now, that top 6, Shadow, Virgo, Golden, Ozone, they're going to be the cutoff point.
Yeah, and eliminations playing the role again. Even Golden Ozone tied at 131 with Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, but they're beating them out through eliminations in the tiebreaker. The second half of the day is here, and we'll see how it shakes out with Game 5.
This is where teams, hey, we're on the same page here, Twin, okay? You understand. You're picking up what I'm putting down. It's just the fact that Golden and Ozone and Shadow Virgo, the real separating factor currently is that they've been able to find at least 1 or 2, if not more, eliminations per match as Agers opens the door. The big elimination onto Jojo Fishy and Aoxy. You better hope that he's not next, because they can't afford to be eliminated this early.
You know what that is right there. You know what that play is right now, right? Agers landing over on this side of the map. This is Agers taking out his competition before the final game. Aoxy and Jojo Fishy are one of them. Agers and Ritual are uncontested, so that's a different game plan for the second half. And already that's putting them in a little bit of a tough spot because Golden, fresh off of the respawn, spotted out by Cooper, but no advancement in that direction from Cooper. He's just simply trying to get damage or possible eliminations out of everybody getting rebooted out of the sky.
And we'll get a chance to even look back, see what went wrong here for Shadow. He's just not getting the opportunity. Pollo, just too accurate. Peterbot following it up after the fact. Now they've both gotten individual elims here off onto Shadow, and Virgo is just stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's trying to avoid line of sight from Peterbot and Pollo as he looks to try and escape, buy his duo a little bit of time, but Pete is just having none of it. Looking right back up, looking to chase Shadow one more time.
Yeah, with Agers going after Ozone and now Pete going after Shadow. It's both of our bubble teams here facing danger and battles early on, but a little bit more help going on over in this direction as Pollo comes in. They get the elimination again. That's 3 already. So at the course of this game, there was a 1-point lead for Josh and Yamzo. Well, that 1-point lead is already gone. Our new first place team here in game number 5 is Peterbot and Pollo. Obviously, we got to see how this one continues to shake out, but they're looking to get aggressive for more eliminations.
The action cam just continues here. Agers, a nice elimination onto Osid. Tough break right there, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Meanwhile, Reed, he's found Golden along the way, and all these duos just fully understanding the fact that if they want to qual towards that EWC land, they're really going to have to start getting active here. And Reed and Cooper with 4 eliminations now. It's a decent amount of points to build up at the starting point, but they also need placement to go with it, Jacob.
Yeah, they need about 56 points just to reach that bubble of where it stands before the game even started. So I kind of agree, eliminations might be the only course of action with how quick some of these games have been going and how chaotic they too tend to get as Agers picks up another elimination along with Ritual. They started this game with 113 points. And Ozone is down next. Again, another bubble team kind of going through it. Agers and Ritual say, hey, if we're going to go down, we're going to go down fighting. And hopefully if we're going to get in, it's because we bulldozed our way into that top spot.
7 eliminations though? Brother, what is going on right now, okay? Because I understand Golden Ozone, they were right there on the cutoff section of the leaderboard, but Agers and Richie, they are just sick of it. They want to force their way into the conversation, and they are taking out this lobby one by one. The points just steadily building in their favor, making it all the more difficult for other teams to actually stay inside that bubble.
Even got Javi and Aminish here, trying to get a little bit more aggressive on Aoxy and Jojo Fishy. Don't think they like the look that they saw here. Aoxy being able to get out, Jojo's healing up. Don't want to put yourself in a 1v2 situation or risk everything here, which you still have some catching up to do, because at the end of the day, Taco, eliminations are fine. It's a good way to catch up, but if you're not placing inside of the top 6, inside of the top 5, all of the eliminations will almost certainly go to waste.
Yeah, and you also have to factor in Jojo Fishy and Aoxy. They were in that 7th place position, tied with Golden and Ozone at 131 points. Well, guess what? Agers and Ritual, sure, they might have been at 113 in 9th place, but because of all their eliminations, they were at 134 points last we checked in. Technically speaking, they are inside of that top 6 currently, and they're looking to just continue trending upwards. Skingling and Craze trailing behind Virgo. They don't want to let him escape. They know just how weak he is off the reboot cycle, and they want to make sure that they bring him down for another elimination count.
Oh, this is just horrific for Virgo. He's living through a nightmare right now. And this is where, you know, you bring it back to that mental composure, because if you're Virgo, if you're Aoxy, if you're Ozone, if you're any one of these players that is kind of getting chased around fresh off the reboot, it's easy to start to get down on yourself, especially with your teammates forced to survive for 12 seconds at a time. It's really, really kind of easy to let things kind of go downhill. So interested to see if even Core here get eliminated by Josh again, if they're going to be able to have that mental composure to bounce back into it. Because even Core, along with Lawrence, 104, 11th place coming into the game. They're still within reach from that spot, but getting taken out and getting put on the Rit cycle does things to your mental game.
And Josh Yamzo, recognizing the fact that that elimination feed's been lighting up one time too many with Pete and Pollo's names. They've got to start playing a little bit of catch-up here, taking advantage of Osid off the reboot. That just seems to be the focal point right now for this lobby. Is Reet going to be the next one in line to take out Osid from that reboot cycle? Muzz and Sphinx staring overhead though, looking down at Bolts and Acorn's current position. They have an opportunity here to get aggressive with Acorn and Bolts if they want to, but they are in that 3rd place position currently, Jacob.
Uh-oh. Peterbot and Pollo going head-to-head. Agers is here. do believe I see Craze as well. King, so that's where you don't want to go down as a full duo because Craze is knocked and King is eliminated. They tried to get aggressive together and it does not work out for them here in game number 5, but that's the 5th elimination for the duo of Peterbot and Pollo. And with how well they've been playing so far, they're just ready to take the win off eliminations alone. But Josh and Yamzo again heating up, trying to go toe-to-toe. And then you have Muzz and Sphinx. They have the whole backside of that zone, pushing Acorn and Bolts off, so they get priority over that launch pad. So already seeing fourth zone, a lot of that strategy beginning to reveal itself.
It's just so nasty to think about what Pete and Pollo are able to accomplish when they really set their minds to it, because it's not like Crazy and Kingling or any kind of, incompetent fighters. That is a relatively strong fragger dynamic that they're able to represent, and yet, even up against the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, they don't really have fighting chance they were hoping for. The loadout difference just a little bit too heavy-handed here, but Clix and Higgs, this is a duo that definitely needs to start building up, get the ball rolling, Jacob, because they're starting to fall behind.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we saw in the previous qualifiers is they did send Higgs to go get elimination, so it got to me scratching my head just a little bit to switch up the strategy, the lack of aggression from a team that, kind of mentally they're saying that playing with a whole different feel after Major 1. They kind of realize they're putting unnecessary pressure on themselves, so they just want to go out there and just do their thing. And so I want to see them kind of take a page out of some of these other teams' playbook of just getting aggressive. Don't wait till game 7. Don't wait till game 8, because then you almost put yourself in desperation mode.
Hey, but for Reed and Cooper, maybe that's the kind of pressure that they actually need. I mean, think about how their Heat group went. Kelly highlighted it on the desk even. The back-to-back-to-back sequence for those victory royales in their youth group to get them to qual for this finals in the first place. It all started after those first 3 lobbies, so maybe the magic hour still yet to strike here as Rapid, Cold dancing around a bit. Cam and Chimp trying to see if they can force Rapid back, but Cold also, of course, always willing to back up his duo. They need metal, though. That's the one thing that this duo is certainly missing. So Rapid recognizing, hey, I just need to take this opportunity to try and reform some hard material because they're going to need it, especially with that Cube Rifle's presence.
Yeah, with Cold sitting up above, there's almost no worry for Rapid to get lurked on or get caught off guard by any means. Core gets taken down by Agers again. 7 eliminations for Agers, 9 for the team. And it does look like they're trying to take down Lawrence as well. More than enough time to get Core back in the game. So it won't be a full-on team wipe just yet, but now it would be if Shadow getting that elimination onto Core. That leaves Lawrence by himself. And you can see he has no shield, less than 50 HP overall. So he's definitely hoping and praying he could just last long enough to get his teammate back in the game.
Watching Agers right now, I feel like I'm witnessing a bear exiting hibernation. He is hungry for eliminations right now. Lawrence just brought down at a moment's notice here. 8 in total so far for Agers, 10 combined with Ritual. And the more impressive part still, Jacob, is the fact it didn't come from a Cube Rifle. It just came from sheer outright aggression and punishing players that are stuck in that reboot cycle.
With most of them being on the Core, they take Lawrence down, so they're just kind of freshly out of this game. Veer Noxie, 105, not too far away from where that bubble is at. So you want to have consistent games almost from here on out inside of the top 6. That's where you get half of the placement points. And then from placement 2 through 5, you get 5 points per extra placement instead of 3, and then you get 10 extra for the actual win. And that's where you want to start to be consistent, because we talk about eliminations playing the difference. If you look at the teams inside of the top, it's because of their consistent placement mixed with those elims.
And it's wild to think about the fact that outside of that 19th place finish from the last lobby, Pete and Pollo, they've had first, second on the day otherwise. And so for Josh and Iamzo, they'll have to make sure that they maintain their composure if they want to stay just ahead of Pete and Pollo on that top spot for the leaderboard. It won't be easy, though, that's for sure. And with so many lobbies still left to rock through, anything can happen here, Jacob. Things can get flipped upside down at a moment's notice, and that's exactly what Shadow and Virgo are trying to avoid currently. Sneedo and Wagers, though, I feel like anytime we spot those guys off in the distance or just looking directly at them, there's always a Cube Rifle following afterwards.
Yeah, they're just kind of really playing towards the meta, but less than 20 seconds here. Reboots will turn off. You hear the sound. It's counting it down. Cooper down, Shadow down, but at least they get a chance. As long as you're eliminated and respawning before this timer stops here, you have a chance to get back in the game. But you see Core getting eliminated, Chimp getting taken down. Those players will not be rebooting back into this endgame.
I feel so bad for Osid right now, though. His name has been non-stop in that elimination feed, and there is just nothing he can do. All of these competitors are definitely capable of beating somebody out of the sky, especially when they don't really have much of anything to work with. But for Agers and Ritual, things have finally come to a little bit of a lull here. Now looking to play a little bit more reserved. They're trying to prioritize their rotations. They know that they've already got so many elimination points that they just want placement to go with it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of been one of the main things that has been ailing the team. Like Agers and Ritual, they have a 5th and a 6th place, a 9th and a 15th. It's just a lack of consistency staying inside of the top as Peterbot does go down. You see Pollo just trying to do what he can from the bottom, but no time to really save the day. So he's going to have to continue doing this one as a solo. So there's 5 eliminations, fine and dandy to take first place back throughout the course of the game. But this is where placement and consistency really separates the first place teams versus everybody else.
Sphinx and Muzz really just sprung up a trap there, though. 4P and Pollo enticed them to go for that aggressive maneuver against Nito and Wagers, and instead they were the ones really lying in wait to try and punish the duo. Pollo, fortunately, stuck as a solo now, but Shadow, Virgo from overhead, they've managed to get a little bit of a breather, but they still have a lot of efforts that they're gonna have to try and work around, because Sphinx, Muzz, Ritual, Agers, Acorn Bolts, all of these duos, so many heavy hitters in NA looking to try and overtake on the leaderboard.
Kind of see they just repositioned. They had enough of that cube rifle up above. Pollo just kind of have to do it by himself. But you kind of see the strategy. The lack of shockwaves. He's gonna go ahead and use that launch pad, re-pick up the shockwaves. He's gonna fizz and try to bypass 8th zone, 9th zone, hopefully land in the 10th zone. Maybe with teams going down, so that way he can start to pick up those placement points. We start to set in inside of the top 15 and ramp up from there. Rapid and Cold, they need it just as well as everybody else. 167 points so far in this game, 4 eliminations. They're doing more than enough to build themselves the confidence, but you can look at their loadout. Empty item slots, 1 pizza, 1 shockwave. They've been fighting for so long here in today's games. They almost have nothing to keep themselves going in the end game.
Can't forget about Higgs and Clicks, though. Trying to make up for lost time. Cube Rifle has managed to send its presence their way. Nito Wagers up in the air alongside Pollo. 2 Slapperoni pizzas. If he can just buy himself some time, he might be able to just play from that backside of zone, tank up a little bit of damage, a little bit of those storm takes, the slap slices. But again, Shadow, Virgo, now that they've got this cube rifle, they are looking to try and punish Agers and Ritual on that rotate. And sure enough, they're going to be able to take out Agers. But still, Richie trying to play for the revive. If he pulls this off, that is a huge accomplishment now, because that's just going to keep this potent duo up and running.
Yeah, they don't keep the focus and the pressure on the Agers and Rituals. So not only is he able to get that revive, but they pop that slurp juice. So in a matter of seconds, it's going to be like he never went down in the first place. And you see them kind of go to the front side of zone. Pressure coming from above, but surprisingly not enough to kind of put players at a desperate hand. Clicks and Higgs, they go ahead and sacrifice some HP to try to get a safe spot in the front side of the zone. Medkit's being passed around by Clicks, so that way they can heal up before they have to do it again. Zone after zone here, still 16 teams still up, so placement points haven't even set in yet with Josh and Bolts going down.
Smart by Clicks and Higgs, though, because right now it's the front side low. That is the priority focus from Shadow and Virgo with that cube rifle. Agers, Ritual, a little bit of that mid-ground layer, a little bit separated from where some of the congestion is starting to build up, but they are still trying to make it towards front side, and Reed's going to be brought down. 9 eliminations now for Agers, but the material count still much lower than what they would like it to be. They're going to continue to wrap around here. They want to see if they can take over another front side position, but it's Higgs and Clicks on the other scope of things. And looking back, looking forward, they see Veer. They're not going to be able to take him out just yet, though.
Yeah, they stay off that ultimate low ground layer. That little bit of a hill is going to allow them to kind of keep their feet clean from underneath, but they're expending more builds, the extra layer of protection. Boy, I almost forgot he was still having a solo clutch in this game. Max Pizza's being used, still 6 more in the back pocket, but he's being pressured and pushed outside of the zone, but no worries for him. Instantly answers the pressure in that moment, but he does look like he's going to run into trouble. Cold and Rapid as well. Rapid is going to go down, which leaves Cold all by himself, but it almost leaves you no worries. We know what Cold is capable of.
At the same time, though, Cold, he doesn't really have a whole lot of builds to work with. Only 6 and a Dream. Maybe if he can take out Cooper, that bit of Siphon materials could make a difference. But still, Cooper recognizing those footsteps, giving away Cold's position. He'll be left scrambling underneath, just trying to keep the movement as swifty as possible. First, he's got to see if he can line it up. Havoc going to be brought down. No, just barely managing to escape, and so Cold has to look elsewhere. But Cold, no matter what he does, he just can't find that full knock, and he needs it now more than ever. A refresh to just continue extending his placements, and sure enough, Yamzo just in the nick of time, but Cold, he might have drawn a little bit too much attention here because he'll be cleaned up by Clicks.
Yeah, half of the placement points now inside of the top 6. They're still fighting for 30 more. 5 teams remain. At least they all have somebody by themselves. Agers drops down from above. Double-digit eliminations by himself. He's taking Storm Sickness ticks. He's going to fall. Rituals now have to be by himself. He has 4 different pizzas. He has the Shockwave. He has the Mythic Pistol. And it's all solos left alive.
1v1v1v1, and this is where Richie can really try to shine here. Can he lock this one down for himself and Azures? They've opened up the doorway. They've really tried to make a difference here, but they're not going to be able to break through, and Ritual can't escape it. Jojo, on the other hand, looking down at Noxy. This is all he needs, a single pump shot. If he gets the max here, that'll be the end of it. But Jojo, he's hunting. He has no more builds. Noxy might be able to take over with the advantage. Overdrive grenade up, but he's blocked off. Noxy just continuing to open up, playing it safe. The edge just making it so problematic here. See if we're going to use that Flow Brave Fizz to play it extra safe, but he misses on the both of them are exchanging whips, and still it's Jojo Fishy who manages to bring this one home. But for a moment, Jacob, you really had to wonder who was going to connect first.
Oh my God, those are those photo finish moments. He fizzes at the last second, flows down. It was a huge disadvantage because of that, but he still figures out a way to make the play. And for Yoxi, Jojo Fishy, a team inside of the bubble, Zeke, that was huge.
Jacob, I completely agree. Okay, why do we keep having these games that, again, I'm like, the moment that 1v1 happens, I hold my breath and it goes on for like 30 seconds. I'm about to pass out. Either way, Aoxy, Jojo Fishy comes down to, in case you missed it, it was all solos. 5 players running around. Jojo Fishy finds the victory royale here. And like Jacob calls out, right, Kelly, the fact that this is a team that was right on the bubble, right? This is a team looking to fight for one of those 2 spots. This is massive, especially with 3 games to go. Kelly, this is momentum.
Whew, I can only imagine the breath that was held for Aoxy and Jojo there, with Jojo on height as a solo, but everyone else being a solo as well. He gets a little confident. He drops down to the low ground to fight Noxy, or Aoxy, or Noxy, I should say. But Noxy actually trades spots and is able to take height away from him, and then it looked like that was Noxy's game to win. But Jojo and Noxy just trading whiff after whiff, and then it finally came down to Jojo in the final moment there. Vivid. I don't know if even Noxy and Jojo knew who was going to win in those final moments.
Super close there. The winning moment had to have been when Jojo, of course, ran out, picked up some mats to go ahead and support him for that little bit of time that he needed. Obviously, the whiffs towards the end right there, they're going to help out immensely, but staying composed, making sure that you hit your shots is what's going to close that game out. And listen, I don't want to spoil anything, but I know what the leaderboard was looking like for this duo going into that game, and it keeps things exciting.
You know, Viv, that's the thing, right? That's the thing is I know a little something, but we got to go to a break, okay? First, a break. When we come back, we got to look at these standings. I'm telling you, you don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a second. You don't want to miss it.
Teammates have his back. There's Ash. Gets the drop on the Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1.
welcome back. Stress levels through the roof. Quality of games today through the roof. We're having a great time today in the Real Elite Series. Oh my gosh, Aoxy, Jojo Fishy find a victory royale in a game that ends with 5 solos. Chaos, pandemonium. It's going crazy here. Now, we had talked about Aoxy and Jojo Fishy being on the bubble before. Take a look. We are still on the bubble. I think what's interesting here, though, Kelly, is now we've created a situation where Cold and Rapid and Muzz and Sphinx, players who have already qualified, are now almost like surrounding us. So as long as we keep up what we're doing, we can't drop out.
That's true for Shadow's team and Aoxy's team. If you look down to Agers and Ritual, they're only 13 points away from them. So still within that contention, there's still a lot of opportunities for our teams in this top 10 to jump into those LAN qualifying spots. But I gotta talk about Agers there. What an incredible solo run. Actually, let's shift focus onto Shadow and Virgo, because this is one of the duos that we're watching that definitely seems like they have punched their ticket into LAN, but we do still have 2 more games to go. But if we get to see them controlling high ground like what we did in the last game, Vivid, I can imagine that they're going to be making their way to LAN.
And we've seen them try to go ahead and, maintain the high ground in past games. Unfortunately, in some of those other games, they did not have the cube rifle. Here in game number 5, though, they did. And you can see they found a lot more success, right? Able to go ahead and find their best placement of the day, their most eliminations in a single game throughout the day. 3rd place with 6 eliminations. Now, of course, they're doing very, very good, but one of the other teams who has the opportunity to go ahead and overtake them as one of those qualifying teams because the leaderboard is so close is, of course, going to be Agers and Ritual. And we tune in with these guys, and this big pop-off game for them right there and why they were able to surge up the leaderboard so much was just on the back foot of all of these eliminations. I mean, we tuned into these guys at it was 10th, 11th zone, and Agers had 8 eliminations already. We were like, what the heck? They ended with 14 total in a 15th place, so definitely their best game of the day as well.
And that's also after Rituals revived Agers. So to be able to do that, to get even more points, I mean, to be able to get the revive off and then he's able to solo clutch, I mean, Zeke, that is what you need in these final moments.
Fortnite is delivering here in NAC. We are ready to jump into game number 6. Only 3 games left to go. The goal, to end in the top 2. Casters, take it away.
Honestly, to start the day, Taco, I would sit back, I was relaxed. Each and every game passes, I get more and more closer to the edge of my seat, and it kind of shows that's what's happening in these games. Game number 1, we saw kind of a lack of aggression, sending your one individual player out to try to get elims. As each and every game has gone on, specifically that last one, we're seeing players realize what's at stake and taking destiny into their own hands, and we'll see right now if that continues, Taco. Game number 6 is ready, and so is the second half of the tournament.
Look, all that matters at this stage of the game, Jacob, is just going for those big point games, because some of these teams that are outside of that top 7 area is really what I'm keeping an eye towards. And they're the ones that have really they got to start hustling. And they need to hustle expeditiously because the lobby is not waiting for them. Lawrence and Osid, after the slugfest they had to endure in the last lobby, just being victimized the entire time off the reboot cycle, they definitely want to turn things around here in this 6th lobby, Jacob. And that first opening elimination could help out, but not if Golden's able to catch Lawrence off guard here. Quick response, quick reflex. Now maybe Osin has another chance. Try and back up his duo, but he's gonna look to try and charge forward against Ozone, and instead Golden and Ozone now just sending each other right overhead as Golden stares down Osid. But Lawrence, he'll be left to his own devices. This is a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's almost a necessary evil for Core. He has to fend for himself. That's going to be Lawrence, and it's going to be a game-saving play, because if he does go down, you see why it came to fruition. And yes, Lawrence will get dropped. Golden and Ozone defend their actual spot, kind of sending Core elsewhere, and that means Core is going to have to stay alive just long enough for him to get his teammate back into the game. I hope they don't get hunted down, because that's what we're seeing. Players chase the reboots out of the sky, and that's something that we're seeing really play a role. Aegis and Ritual in that last game, we kind of saw them pick up, 14 eliminations, and now they're only 13 points outside of that bubble. With 3 games to go, they still have control of their own destiny here, as it looks like they're getting another elimination opportunity on the Jojo Fishy. Cube Rifle stopping him from running away. Ritual is still putting pressure on the other side, but this is where he's going to start to build up. That gives them a chance, because they're stationary, to fight back.
All that Ritual and Aegis want that. They want the full elimination. They want to take out Aoxy and Jojo Fishy at the same time, because that's just a duo that's inside of the bubble, and if they don't have to worry about them, it makes it all the easier to play catch up and overcome. But they'll have to settle for only one half of the duo. Josh Niamzo also duking it out with Liam currently. Jace and Liam have definitely been more on the receiving end of a lot of aggression here today, but Josh and Niamzo, just another duo. They've been on fire all day long, but finally gonna get burnt out here by Jace and Liam. The tag team effort is gonna bring down Josh Riley, and that might just be enough for Niamzo to want to head the other direction.
Man, Josh really feeling himself. You saw that one elimination he had on him. He took down Peterbot early, and once you take down Peterbot, you kind of think everybody else should be easy, but it's not always going to be the case, especially kind of in a 2v1 situation, as we see Rapid and Cold hearing all of the noise, and now they're lurking on over. Liam, Jace, they go and hit one of those launch pads, and that might have been the best move they can make. They might not have known Rapid was lurking on them, but they have certainly escaped at least one of them going down.
And Rapid will have to give up that pursuit for right now. Then again, spots out alone Niamzo. And it's been long enough here for Josh Riley to play catch up, but Rapid not exactly the healthiest either. He's gonna need some white heals. And if he doesn't find them sometime soon or get a siphon, he's gonna be cooked and have to depend on the reboot most likely. Will at least box up, potentially just to try and protect his loot so he can land back down on where his body was at, but that is a little bit tragic for the opening stretch of this game.
He really did. He boxed himself up, but I don't know how many people noticed. If you look at the mini-map on the right, he literally looked straight down and marked the spot. So when he does get rebooted, he's right back into his loadout. He doesn't have to search for scrap. So, hey, sometimes it's the necessary evil when you're playing like Cold and Rapid have been playing so far in this game. Sometimes you just get a little bit over-aggressive with no HP. Peterbot Poyo trying to do the same thing. This time, though, Peterbot does find success. Fresh off the reboot from getting taken down by Josh Riley off of that last exchange, and now they're just continuing to go on the hunt.
Well played, Peterbot and Poyo. An interesting stat, though, that Vivid kind of brought up in that in-between break segment, Jacob, was the fact that they had built up, what, like 203 points or so to start the day off in those first 3 lobbies, and then things just kind of came to a bit of a breaking point for them, because they've only gotten like 30 points since, and largely off of their eliminations versus placements. Even Poyo in that last lobby, he just barely squeezed out that 15th place position, but it was really their 6 eliminations as a duo that helped carry them a little bit more forward to try and stay in contention there with Josh Niamzo.
Sometimes, you know, you look at the aggression coming out from some of these players, and it's like, man, you see why they're the best, but you also now are seeing why, you know, they might be getting taken down early. The early game aggression is leading them to use resources and materials in a much faster pace than you kind of would normally have. You see Agoxy, and this is the thing I love about Reload. We see so many different items, loadouts, the exotic Slapberry, the mythic Goldfish, and now we have the mythic Hammock Pump, one of the few shotguns in the game right now that can actually one-pump players down. So it just has a slower loadout time. Is going to be the drawback for that mythic.
It's definitely been a very tumultuous day, though, for Aminish and Javi. Loadouts aside, weapons aside, they just don't have that many points to work with. And with only 3 games remaining here, Jacob, they are really going to have to put on an excellent performance if they want to try and play any means of catch-up. But ultimately, it's still a building experience for this duo. And more importantly still, gotta make sure that they are wary of the fact that there might still be other duos kind of lurking inside of the storm with them. Jace and Liam, 3 eliminations already. They wouldn't mind playing spoiler to somebody else.
Yeah, I would love to see Jace and Liam just kind of get aggressive. We've seen so many other teams get aggressive onto them, and now they're kind of doing it right back. Fizz plus Shockwave. It's very hard to hear the audio. I'm not sure Zabi got the clue until it might have been too late. Luckily for him, not too much damage being landed onto him early on in this fight. Getting him confidence, continue to run away. Now his teammate, Aminish, has backtracked, trying to make this a full-on 2v2 fight. Liam immediately goes up from one player to the next, just trying to keep them guessing, but Avi, he shockwaves up, landing some damage onto Liam, but he's still not going down easy. Great shots being fired back to answer onto a Minish, even tries to box him up, but luck gets cut a little bit too short, runs out of ammo, forced to delay the fight.
Decent cone block there, though. There's Liam dancing around. Javi, a Minish, trying to see if they can find an angle. All they really need is the HP exchange. So far, they haven't really been able to pack enough of a punch, and now you've got to deal with Agers and Ritual on the hunt, ready to third-party the action here. We already saw Agers with 10 eliminations by himself in that last lobby, Jacob. Will he do it again?
I mean, he is by himself here, has 2 eliminations. The pizza for the just in case. Sees Ritual in the distance, realizing, hey, I have 21 HP. I got to play this one a little safe instead of popping out the whole slapperoni pizza for just HP. That's exactly why he closed the distance to him and Ritual, knowing the extra resource was there. But Ager so far in today's games, Taco, he has been the difference maker. He's been the controller. He's been the guy that is kind of imposing his will on a lot of the other teams in the lobby.
He's still holding those duos at bay. Despite the fact that he pulled back momentarily, that doesn't mean that he can't re-aggress at any given moment. Bolts, Acorn, on the other hand, might be looking to try and get into a little bit of a fight here. Veer and Noxy. And Bolts, Acorn, fully aware of the fact that 144 points, that's just not going to cut it. They need big placement, big endgame finish, or at the very least, some elimination to start making up for those extra little bits of points. Even with NA having 4 of its representatives running it back in this third Reload Elite Series final, Jacob, the point still stands that Bolt and Acorn, they are not inside of that bubble.
And they're not as close, I feel like, as you kind of would hope to be. I'd be 62 or so points down to start this game, which is essentially a whole victory royale while hoping your teammates kind of get 0 points in this game, so it's not going to be overthrown in this one here. It's going to take the course of the remaining of games to try to come back for Acorn and Bolts. As we jump on board Josh and Yamzo, first place coming into this game by 10 points. But again, you see the proactivity coming out of Peterbot and Koyo for Josh and Yamzo. They're not necessarily going punch for punch here. They're just hoping that their consistency so far in today's game is going to be enough to get that first place.
Hey, check out Rapid, though. A little bit of an awkward spot to be in. Having to play the med kit probably a little bit sooner than he'd been intending. Was really trying to see if he could build up that siphon off the elimination from Minish, but these teams kind of just holding each other and then fighting inside of a 2-tick, Jacob. This is where time is really of the essence. Cold also having been brought down by Liam and Jace now puts Rapid into an even more awkward spot because he can't afford to lose out on this exchange with Avi and a Minish, but he's gonna have a weakened duo flying in beside him soon enough, and we're approaching that 7-zone period, sure, but even worse still, you're trying to recover all the material, you're trying to recover your loadouts, and your duo has nothing to work with.
Yeah, so even though he did get time for Cold to reboot, exactly what you're saying, Cold still has to find a spot that's safe enough to drop down, and they're officially on the clock, even though Cold already on the reboot. 45 seconds here. Zone going to be closing. Reboot's going to be turning off from a Minish to Javi. Rapid's running into consecutive players on the same team. And I do think a Minish kind of closed the gap, so he's actually going to be there close by. Cold, fresh off the reboot yet again. Third time might be the charm here, Taco.
But even if he touches down, just knowing how grim that loadout is going to be, Cold just barely managing. No, I spoke a little bit too soon. Cold will not be able to actually make it out of that reboot cycle just yet. And only 15 seconds remain. When that 7th zone hits, the reboots will be disabled. So Cold is going to reboot just in time for the lobby to potentially eliminate him for good.
Luckily, Javi gets freshly eliminated there with seconds to go before the reboot's disabling, but now nobody has the chance to come back into this game because reboots have officially been disabled. We see a couple players gliding into the sky, a Minished. He's gonna get knocked, leaving Javi by himself. Our first solo player left in this game right now is gonna be Javi, but I'm sure that's not gonna be the only one for long.
Look at Veer and Noxy just applying steady pressure over towards Pete and Pollo. They're gonna opt to actually wrap around this little cliff face, provides them some extra cover away from that cube rifle aggression. Smart play, but there are other teams kind of following that same path as Pete, Pollo. They're taking shots at Noxy right in front of them, but they've got to keep an eye out for the teams that are directly behind them. Veer still looking to escape though, and Pete, Pollo will be brought to a bit of a standstill.
Yeah, I like that call not to tunnel vision there from Pete and Pollo. You said it yourself, teams still rotating in behind them. Teams parallel next to them, both above and below. So it's not going to be a free fight there if they were to try to take it. Rapping cold. Back into the game. We had our questions, what they would have, and honestly, it's a minuscule amount of resources in terms of heals and materials. You see a huge chunk of shield missing from both of those players. So they're almost a necessity here to find an elimination here late in the game as Jojo Fish is just getting tagged up because he shockwave from point A to point B. It's a great way to move distance quickly, Taco, but it leaves you open to tags just like that.
Also leaves you susceptible towards that cube rifle focus. I think that's the main thing that these duos playing more towards the high ground are really trying to keep an eye out for. Pete and Pollo, though, they've taken out Ruins, and that's going to be a devastating mark for his duo. Two teams already fully eliminated here, but it is still a really stacked lobby. Placement points still yet to be apart as Veer, Noxy have a little bit of success. Refresh onto Havoc, but so many other teams just kind of knocking on the door here. You can never really sit still for more than a second. You've got to keep moving forward. You don't want to get caught inside the congestion from the backside of zone, especially not with Pete Pollo still lingering about, and it's going to be Kingaling who's brought down next. Pete and Pollo just continuing to rack up the eliminations.
Yeah, this is the team that you were talking about that was right next to them. They quickly rotate on out. Peter Pollo get an elimination. Quickly get out of dodge. It's cold and rapid again. Another speed bump in their road, but they have not stopped their journey. They're still figuring out a way to get right back on up. 16 teams still up, so at least one more team needs to go down for placement points start to set in and cascade there even further with each and every team that does go down. So for Shadow and Virgo, even though they're the first place team in terms of players that have not qualified yet, it's only a 12-point gap between them and the next best team.
At this point, almost feels like Golden Rapid, they're just hoping to try and pick up the leftovers from some of these bodies that are getting dropped here. But Cold, he won't be able to play alongside Rapid any longer. He has no materials to work with either. There's a duo directly behind him, but Veer, Noxy, they might not be all that healthy. Spinks, though, not even recognizing the fact that Cold is just sitting idly by, and he brings down Muzz with it, the cube rifle. Muzz didn't know which way to look. He wasn't sure which direction that cube rifle blast actually came from, and that was everything for Cold. A full slapperoni pizza, an overdrive grenade. You give Cold an inch, he'll take the full mile.
Literally more than half of the materials here in this game. Cole getting a pick-me-up at the most needed time, but on high ground, Peter Bot and Pollo top 15. Placement points being granted all around, but there's 4 players running around as solos, and now they're running into Peter Bot and Pollo, putting immense amount of pressure from above. He has the mythic SMG, gonna certainly burst through the build, but the cube rifle yet again, almost catching Pete off guard, dropping him down to about 50 HP.
You always gotta be cautious of where these cube rifles coming from, but Jojo, Aoxy, doing everything they can, try and torp through secondary height position. Cold as a solo, still managing to send things forward here. Pushed himself directly towards that front side, be able to look back, has a slapperoni pizza to the slices, buying him that little bit of extra HP. Shadow and Virgo as a duo now looking to collect. Acorn nearly brought down, but Shadow, he'll just immediately disengage, drop all the way down to ultimate low, wants to stick directly next to Virgo's side.
Yeah, I like the decision to not get greedy there in that situation, trying to get the elimination on the Acorn. There's a huge strength in numbers, and they know it. Veer's not going to be able to show that one, though, because Noxie does go down, leaving him by himself. Yamzo as well. Josh is trying to cause a huge amount of commotion in the backside of the zone, try to pick up some sort of elimination. Back and forth he goes, needs the siphon, doesn't get it. Him and Yamzo will go down, which leaves Peterbot and Pollo, a team on top of the leaderboard with a chance to take first place back.
Looks like they found a way to kind of replicate that magic from earlier here today, but Shadow with 63 builds. And they are dwindling so rapidly. He's got 2 full Flowberry Fizzes, but can he get a breather to actually utilize them? Agers finding yet another elimination here, and that's going to be 4 to count right now between him and Ritual. But Cole, the amount of placement point that he's actually been able to accrue, finally, other teams will start looking his way, but Cole turns it around onto Veer almost immediately, and now he'll have options, but they're directly shut down because of Agers and Ritual steamrolling over him.
Look who's left in this game right now, Taco. I believe all 3 teams that are both inside and outside of that bubble. Jojo and Ayashi sacrificing just enough HP to try to get the elim, but they slide their way into their demise. Ayashi was the only one with the med kits. He's just trying to bypass the chaos and get anything for his efforts. Placement points, but I think he might have been spotted out by Peterbot. Kligg's still down below, along with Higgs as well. Almost all solos running around. Peterbot and Pollo might be the only duo left in this game that is in a driver's position, ready to put their pedal to the metal and try to take this first place here.
And Agers doing what he can to see if he can bring down Higgs, but the problem is he's got to worry about Peterbot with that mythic SMG from overhead, just non-stop spraying his builds, forcing Agers to try and take the fight to him instead. But now Agers Higgs gonna clash directly on that low ground tier. Pete just waiting for the perfect opportunity. He knows he's coming to collect Higgs, the only one left standing between this next Victory Royale, and Peterbot Pollo, in a very similar fashion to the starting point of today, have now found their second Victory Royale on the day.
Yeah, congratulations to them. They already have their spot secured. It's basically just a victory lap for them. But Agers and Ritual, Aoxy pulling up, Shadow and Virgo. This is turning into a very interesting tournament. A battle for first, a battle for the championship. Zeke, who do you got?
I mean, I don't know yet. I'm waiting to see the standings, Jacob, but I like that you call this out, right? I feel like after a few games, Peter and Pollo were like, you know what? Why are we not in first place? What are we doing here? We should go ahead and take that back, shouldn't we? Yeah, we should. Okay, let's do that. Like, finally, we see them come back alive. We've kind of had some rough games for the duo, but Kelly, when they've got height, when they've got the resources, the materials, cube rifles, sometimes they don't even need it. They can win in a commanding position like this. So I'm not surprised, but man, they really want that #1 spot.
I feel like I can predict, just based off of gameplay, if I didn't see anyone's names or if anyone scans, just who is holding high ground. It's going to be Peterbot and Pollo. They control, they condition high ground, as we like to say, so confidently that no one even tries to fight for it. Yeah, sure, people are shooting up, people are trying to chop them, but no one's trying to steal height away when it's Peterbot and Pollo on high ground. And they showed that at the start of the tournament today, and they're showing it again in game number 6, that when they hold high ground, they do it so well. And honestly, a lot of solos on the low ground may have been able to grab more eliminations, but right now the name of the game is surviving and making it to the end game, and to be the only duo to do that, Vivid, is just going to push them higher and higher up the leaderboard.
Yeah, obviously the guys have been on a tear throughout the day, right? Ping-ponging between first and second place, but constantly finding themselves towards the top of the leaderboard. But I gotta say, I feel like that game right there felt like the cleanest one that we have seen throughout the day so far. You know, we kind of mentioned in some of those second places that they were able to pick up earlier, that they weren't really finding their refreshes. But as you can see here throughout this end game, if you kind of tune in, you know, they had 5 eliminations kind of going into 12th zone, and they ended the game with 10. So they were actually able to pick up pretty much all of the eliminations that they needed. They kept their refreshes going. They kept finding the materials they needed to continuously build up on the higher ground. And I love the fact that Zeke pointed out, this was without the cube rifle. They are still a duo, again, that has found success on the higher ground without weapons like that. They know how to apply pressure without it, and they just showcased it right there in game number 6.
Disgusting work from Peterbot and Pollo. Yeah, I mean, The graphics show the point threshold, and you know, that's fine. That's fine. We're gonna talk more about this when we come back from a break. 2 games left to go. Maybe don't spoil it.
Ooh.
2 games left to go. We'll see you right after this short break. Don't you go anywhere.
Teammates have his back. There's Nash. Gets the drop on the Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting out Banya. 3v1.
Peter Bottom Pollo. I mean, welcome back to the Fortnite champion, the Reload Elite. Fortnite, hello, it's us. Here we are back. Sorry, Peter Bottom Pollo. They just take over everything, don't they? You know, they just jumble every time we think everything's cool and chill. Peter Bottom Pollo are like, high ground. Don't worry, we're gonna you stop talking about us for like 10 seconds. Sorry, we're gonna get another victory royale. And of course, in the RES, it happens every single time. 2 games left to go here. The graphic kind of you already spoiled it. Before we did the break, if you pay attention, you're like, oh, how many points they have? 322. It's pretty crazy. Well, Timmy, you were paying very close attention because right now, Peterbot Pollo sitting in that #1 spot. They've taken it back from Josh and Iamza, who have had it for 2 games. And Kelly, they just don't want to let it go, right? They're like, hey, all right, we were kind of playing with our food a little bit. You guys had a little bit of time, but this is ours. Give it back. Give it back.
I mean, I think between Peterbot and Pollo right now, this isn't necessarily about like finding their spot in the LAN, which have already qualified. This is about proving a point. This is about them dominating the rest of the lobby, making sure that when they do get into the EWC, that everyone else stays in line, because Peterbot and Pollo are not slowing down, Vivid. They still are the champions. They still are the demons of Demon's Domain that we remember. So I think, you know, it's not over yet. We still got 2 more games, so it's too early to call it, but with such a lead, Vivid, can anyone else really take it away?
I mean, listen, it feels like the brakes have kind of been put on by Josh and the Yamza. They were kind of bouncing back and forth. They had a lead for a little bit right there, but halting it right there for a little bit just gave Peterbot and Playo too big of an opportunity they took advantage of. And, we didn't get to talk about it, but those qualifying spots, it's very, very close. I was looking at it between Agers and Ritual, who are in third, Aoxy and JoJo, who are in fourth, and then Shadow and Virgo, who are in fifth. Those three teams are fighting for that spot. There is a 5-point separation between those three teams right now. So it's very, very close with only 2 games left.
Oh, why would you say that, Vivid? Of course, this is a fantastic situation to be here, right? Like 5 points separating qualifying, 3 different duos, 2 games left to go. Let's just jump into it. Casters, over to you.
Look, if you haven't seen enough already, I don't know what to tell you, because if there's one thing that I think NA will always deliver on, Jacob, it is the non-stop action. And I love to see just how scrappy these teams are getting. So let's see how things kick off here in Game 7.
The second to last game of the entire tournament, not just the day, which means only 2 chances left to make up points. We saw Agers and Ritual literally take matters into their own hands, dropping multiple games of big eliminations, taking over their own destiny. We saw Shadow and Virgo, even though they were hunted down, still making something out of those games. The Aoxy and JoJo Fishy, the same thing, another team that has been hunted down throughout the course of the game. 4th place in that last one with 3 eliminations, just showing that, hey, it might be a close bubble, but nobody is going to go down without fighting, because you even have Clicks and Higgs a little bit further down on that leaderboard, 7th place, 204 points. If disaster strikes all 3 of these teams, Clicks and Higgs have a decent performance, we have a 4-way showdown going into the last game of the day.
This is a bold scene right now, though, from JoJo Fishy. He has decided to go cross-country with this one, looking to infiltrate on Josh and Yamzo's territory, stealing a little bit of loot. Reet Cooper also finding success here, bringing down Javi the moment that he tries to challenge, and these are very crucial elimination points that they are building up. Rapid still running around, trying to see if he can escape, but all of these individuals just looking to intervene, and Rapid, in fact, he's playing ultimate spoiler right now to Reed and Cooper.
I thought we were about to see a Reet highlight play, especially with, honestly, the heats. You heard Kelly, Vivid, Zeke talk about it, last place in the first couple of games, and then they won back to back to back. So we know that both Reet and Cooper can start to flip that switch. We know Reet has been trying, but with 2 chances left, he needs to go big or go home to that 4th qualifier later on. Couple of months, Agers and Ritual just trying to get their early game down. Javi back into the mix, but it does look like he's getting chased right now by Rapid, who wants that elimination, but good shots from Javi to try to slow down the roll that Rapid has been these past couple of games, even going on the offensive, trying to clean up that elimination. Oh, Javi came to play this game.
Talk about a stinger. Rapid didn't have a chance to respond. That was excellently played there by Javi, and that exact sort of lifeline that they needed to just keep things rolling here in Game 7. They might not have a ton of points on the leaderboard, but there is still pride in the mix here, Jacob.
Everybody realizing, hey, stranger things have happened in Fortnite games before. Never give up, never back down. So it's going to be the motto for today's games, because I can honestly see one elimination, one placement, really playing the difference between going to the Esports World Cup final and, well, having to go again in Qualifier 4 with the same amount of stress. Aoxy trying to just wait. He has no choice. JoJo's been put in the blender so far in the early portions of this game. Once again, it does look like he's having some trouble dropping down. So Aoxy, he really just has to wait, bide his time, and see if his teammate can get out safely.
And Kingling and Craze, they've definitely had their moments throughout today's lobbies, but they have fallen a bit short overall. Whether or not they can have a monumental game to try and build up some points here, they are going to need every last bit of it. But for Shadow and Virgo, I love that Des kind of highlighted the fact that this duo alongside Aoxy, JoJo Fishy, it's one thing to be sent in a reboot cycle. You kind of expect, okay, well, now they got to play for the recovery. What can they do with it? But the last time we saw Shadow and Virgo in this exact position, you have to remember, they managed to pull out, what, like a 3rd place finish from it? So, never count yourself out, that's for sure. As Higgs and Clicks, they've really got to get moving here. 204 points, Jacob. They want to make sure that they qual, but it is just so difficult with the way that the leaderboard is shaking up.
Yeah, but at least they're starting to get aggressive. You see that stat there, 50-point solo clutch from just placement point starting in 15th all the way to 2nd place. And those are the moments right there. You look back, you're in contention for the last 2 games of the day. You start to ramp up aggression. If Clix and Higgs are going to qualify for the finals, you got to look at little moments like that as the cube rifle, again, causing a little bit of chaos, pushing both Craze and King to separate here, but only for a moment, as G-Money and Ishu are not going to go after this chase. It does look like they were trying to start to go after eliminations, but I think neither team really liked what they saw, so they're just going to disengage for now.
Neither duo really has a whole lot to gain from just non-stop throwing punches each other's way, kind of recognizing the fact that they'd be better off just looking to try and play for that endgame performance. As Ritual, Agers, 4 eliminations, by the way, 4 Agers, but they might have drawn a little bit too much attention. The Hornets nest here, Peterbot Pollo. They get kickstarted with 1 elimination already. They're actually going to go the opposite way from where Ritual was headed. Play a little bit more of that storm side position.
Yeah, they already got their first place. They got that little bit of a lead. So now they have a little bit more control of their destiny. They can get aggressive like they have been. They can try to slow things down and hoping anybody can stop how they've been playing so far as Clix and Higgs. Instead of rotating towards the zone, you see them still on the prowl, trying to find any eliminations they can out here. Not sure if they know Ozone is there or not, but I do think Clix finally got some sort of a signal using that launch pad, going deep. I'm actually not sure if he actually saw Ozone. Maybe he got a little bit of a bird's eye view onto Golden because Ozone was already in that build fight. They might not actually know he's there and they're together as a duo.
But Clix definitely aware, hey, there's builds here, so a fight for sure took place, and a big part of the reason why they're so far out on the outskirts of this map, Jacob, they know their best opportunity to rack up some big elimination points is going to be by punishing those duos that are stuck in the reboot cycles. Chimp, Cam, dealing with Reet and Cooper. Who will actually come out on top? And it's going to be Trub Team 6 as Cam and Chimp look to try and see if they can finalize things, and that is going to be a duo clean eliminated. Chimp and Cam also making sure to take over the supply drop.
Yeah, just tough situation for Reet to be in there. He's having to play the aggressor, so that way he's hoping his teammate can land 10 toes down on the ground after that fresh reboot, but unfortunately he not only goes down, Cooper fails to touch the ground. Ritual even getting eliminated, but Clix and Higgs continuing their aggression over towards hostile holds. It's Shadow that they're going after, and this could be a big play here, not only for the points for elimination, but slowing down how well Shadow and Virgo have been playing so far. It is going to be a 2v1. No help coming anytime soon for Shadow, so he's going to have to take this one by himself. But right now, he's doing a good job of drawing out their time here.
But this is where Clix and Higgs have really got to let their fragger instincts take over. They are a duo that is more than competent when it comes to a big scrappy fight, but not able to actually bring down Shadow. So even though Virgo does end up getting taken out by another duo entirely, fact of the matter is that this is still a leaderboard team left in the running. Granted, Clix, Higgs hoping to try and change that narrative. They want to switch the tune up and they want to put themselves into the driver's seat, but it's not going to be easy. They still just have to figure out where exactly Shadow is lurking at, and he's got the pump at the ready. If he hits a 200 here, Jacob, it is lights out for Higgs potentially, but no, 94 instead. A little bit of a clip away though. Will manage to help Shadow escape.
Yeah, right now he's still buying Virgo time. Virgo was able to touch down, but he doesn't know, or at least we don't know how safe Virgo actually is. That first shot wasn't a green light to go. Pressure onto Higgs, but it was enough to kind of push him off, stop what could have been a 2v1, trying to pressure into the box. 3 medkits in the inventory of Shadow, so he does have a lot of time here in the zone without too many worries. Hopefully the communication coming out from Virgo that he's at least able to get a little bit of a loadout started, but no shield, only 1 medkit. He still has a long way to go.
Shadow and Virgo though, Eoxy and Jojo Fishy, a bit of a nail biter. As Shadow continuing to wait things out here. Higgs and Clix though, they are refusing to give up this chase, and they might be forced to actually leave the vicinity without really a whole lot to prove for it.
A lot of time wasted there on that exchange instead of hunting elsewhere, but we are in the 5th zone, Taco. Typically, you know, 4th zone, 5th zone, definitely into 6. It does start to slow down. Reboot's getting closer and closer to turning off. Everybody getting pushed and closer to closer together like a can of sardines. So chances of getting rebooted, touching the ground, and getting a good enough loadout are almost slim to none. So that's why you see more and more teams start to box up in situations just like this, try to push players out, and just kind of greed as many resources as possible.
I guess the main thing, though, that I'm kind of factoring in here, while Noxie and Veer stuck in a little bit of a box fight, but neither side really willing to budge just yet. Chimp and Cam kind of brought to a halt, but I just think about a duo like Clix Higgs. They obviously need eliminations. They're obviously hunting for eliminations. They're obviously trying to take out a leaderboard duo because they know that's going to be their best case scenario for playing catch-up, but at the same time, these are countless minutes that they are losing out on the opportunity to find eliminations elsewhere. And sure, there's always going to be, I think, a chance for duos to kind of make up for it as the zone tightens up and closes in, but you're not the only ones hunting at that stage, and you might just find yourself on the receiving end of things because there's always going to be a team lurking around the corner with the cube rifle, with some of these mythics and exotics, and it just poses so many issues versus what should have been a clean, pure and easy, quick time for elimination, and it's just fallen flat.
Yeah, now you can see they're just outside of the zone. They got one team in front of them, looking in their direction, and forces Higgs to cancel his medkit in a 2-tick zone. He has to drop down, give up any bit of elevation that he had. And they're not even there just yet. They still have to rotate their way in. And not only that one team that was initially held, you see another player in the mini-map. Second medkit being dropped by Clix, and he's just going scrambling inside of that tunnel underneath, just trying to find any extra resources that they can use to try to heal up. Not in the best position here, but at least they're still alive with a fighting chance.
A literal uphill battle to try and overcome later on as the lobby just continues to become all the more aware of some of these later rotating teams trying to funnel inwards. Shadow, Virgo, though, somehow, some way, despite being held for so long inside of the storm, they have managed to escape the clutches of Clix and Higgs, but will they avoid the sight lines of Azures and Ritual, or just immediately ahead of them?
Just kind of looking where the zone is going right now. We're going to go from kind of even elevation over towards Elite Experiments, over towards the eastern side of the map. We're going to start to go uphill, have a little bit of mountains and edges start to come into play. So it's not going to be easy to rotate from point A to point B safely. You see Aegis and Ritual trying just that. They get hounded by Shadow and Virgo. Not necessarily playing aggressive here for the elimination, just to try to get any chip damage as they can. Get them to box up so that way they can try to overtake them on this rotation. But everybody on that side currently just have to wait, bide their time, box up, and just wait for the zone to open up.
Front row, Yamzo and Josh, they look like they might want to get involved here. A little bit damage being applied there. Shadow, Virgo, always got to watch your legs, I think, when you are on these slightly elevated positions, depending on where those floors are at. You're not necessarily blocking off your feet, but hey, Peterbot and Poyo, they're also looking to try and establish themselves in a very solid position. With the way that things are shaping up here, Jacob, it's only a matter of time before Shadow, Virgo, Eoxy, and Jojo, they are forced into a battle. Ozone sending the cube rifle shots their way, and that might not be the only present that he has for him. Couldn't tell. Seemed like he might have been holding on to that 7 cluster cannon also. And the real problem now is that the entire lobby is looking directly at Jojo, Fishy, and Eoxy, and this is such a crucial point of today's tournament for them because they are right there teeter-tottering on the edge of being inside of the qualification range for LAN and getting knocked outside of it.
Yeah, instead of kind of holding their builds, the cube rifle coming in, even a second team spraying, I do like that decision for them to just elevate themselves off that low ground. Stop a lot of the punches being thrown at them while conserving as much materials as possible. But max pool coming out for Clix and Higgs. They're going to go ahead and use those crash pads, not necessarily to take elevation and fly across, but just to get the momentum on their side so they can slide down that mountain as they can. But you're seeing it's not just one hillside they have to worry about, Taco. It's another one that's going to dip further and further below that elevation where they're currently at.
Clix, Higgs, they are just so injured, but the refresh Muzz, this might be their saving grace. Unfortunately, it comes at Muzz and Sphinx's expense, but Clix nearly gets taken out on his approach for the body loot here. Always have to keep an eye out for the other half of the duo. Kingly and Craze, they have also fallen. Ritual with his first elimination of the game. Frontside low, it's gonna belong to Clicks and Higgs. He needs an opportunity though to drop that Celebroni Pizza. The mat refresh though is the bigger objective here right now for Clicks and Higgs. That's gonna be their best way to kind of stay ahead of the rest of the pack and keep looking back.
Yeah, and you kind of see them just using the pizzas just for the white HP, knowing they have shield in their back pocket. They want to save the quick kills for a much more dire situation. As Choja and Aoxy just flying out of nowhere, under the radar, using that launch pad. And this is the team 4 points ahead of Shadow and Virgo to start this game. Second place in terms of teams that need that spot at the Reload Elite Series Finals. Shadow and Virgo, they are just outside. No elimination just yet. So outside of placement points, they have been unable to catch up.
Some of these loadouts, though, they're just looking a little bit worse for wear right now. Teams not really being given too many options. Clicks and Higgs, they need another bailout. They need another loot llama off of a body elimination. Will they find it? Clicks, Higgs, recognizing there's a cube rifle staring us down currently. We've got to make sure that we escape, but all of these pre-existing builds, the metal that's just not theirs, they're trying to see if they can set up for a pre-edit. They're trying to wait for a solo to kind of cross their direction. Every little bit counts at this stage, but they're just not being given it.
Yeah, and you're seeing two different sides of the coin in terms of what teams are facing. Some going through so much chaos and destructive environment, and others for Rapid and Cold, kind of smoothly sailing from point A to point B. And then you have Peterbot and Poyo late to use that launch pad, use the fizz. They're going to be all the way up above, but on high ground in terms of builds with their thrower on the ground, that's going to be Shadow and Virgo. I'm not sure if they know they're all the way up there just yet, because a lot of their attention is going to be on the players down below.
Not only that, but Virgo was looking out, but Pete, that render distance, I think that he was just barely outside of it. Clicks, though, he's got to try and deliver here, but it's Higgs left to a solo yet again, but this time he has 0 builds to work with from the jump, just trying to see if he can build up any kind of placement points after that. But look at Ritual, just trying to fly here in these final moments. Backside of Zone could be his best friend. Ozone and Golden, they're so incredibly injured. That's going to be Golden down for the count. Can he get the siphon? He needs that little bit of extra HP to work with. The Peterbot and Poyo immediately traversing straight towards the high ground, and Ritual cut short here, even after finding the lifeline.
Yeah, even Higgs going down. A lot of our solos are falling as Aoxy and JoJo go down. That's 2 teams that are inside of the bubble leading that have just been eliminated. This is huge for Shadow and Virgo here in terms of qualifying for the EWC Finals. It's not just about overtaking them in this game, Taco. It's about building that cushion for game number 8. Veer still in contention as well. 221 points, but without any builds, it's going to be a nightmare for him to try to survive. Shadow and Virgo quickly drop down. They're trying to take control of the low ground. They're trying to push every other team out, but they still have to deal with Yamzo and Josh. Good damage onto one, but Virgo goes down. They're in the top 6, so at least half of the placement points are theirs.
Devastating return fire out of Josh Riley with that one, but Yamzo will be sent packing anyway. Havoc and Ruins have played a little bit of disaster there for Josh, but we've seen Josh when he's left to his own devices. He's made it work 2 times already here today. Can he do it a third? This Josh Riley last pizza slice has been expended, and now he's waiting to see, will the lobby continue to thin itself out? He's looking down, he sees Rapid and Cold. Havoc's also been brought down. Peterbot and Poyo straight from up above. This might be the hat trick.
This is first and second place from our respective qualifiers number 1 and qualifier number 2. And down below, Josh is fighting Cold. Gets him dropped down to 25 HP with the zone on his back. He has nowhere to go but forward. He gets the knock again, but Josh finally goes down, but the damage has been dealt. Rapid is going to be all by himself with Cold, waiting to get eliminated. Peterbot and Poyo, it's basically a victory lap here, but I might have spoke too soon. Rapid builds up, ends up in a 1v1 against Poyo, but Poyo not backing down, takes the challenge. Good damage, and Peterbot follows up with the elimination. Another win here for Peterbot and Poyo. That just might have been their 3rd.
I feel like every single time we see Peterbot and Poyo, the moment that they have managed to actually ascend into the clouds outside of that render distance, they overtake the high ground. They cause so many problems for everybody else. But Des, what have you guys been seeing?
Hey, yo, Kelly. Hey, is that their 3rd VR? Is that Hey, yo, Kelly.
Yeah, that would be their third victory royale, Zeke. My goodness, it is Peterbot and Pollo's show right now, but to do it from high ground and to do it for, you know, such confident, it once again just looked like we were watching a tutorial on how to control high ground from Peterbot and Pollo, because stealing it away from Shadow and Virgo around zone 10 to do it, making sure once again that they are fizz launching up from height, making sure that they are observing where everyone else is on the lobby, and then to just hold high ground. Peterbot dropping down when it did come down to a 2v1 to see what Rapid was going to do in reaction. Pollo playing defensively when Rapid jumped up. A perfect play for this duo.
As you can see down there, approaching 400 total points for Peterbot and Pollo. You know, I'm not gonna lie, it was game 5, it was game 6. It seemed like they were kind of slowing down, but they have quickly reminded us once again that yeah, I mean, these guys are just way too good, right? Kind of slowing down with those 2 back-to-back games. I was like, ah, man, we might have a close race here, a close finish, but I'm not gonna lie, after watching that game right there and seeing that they're almost at 400 points, I think Peterbot and Pollo, they're gonna run away with this thing.
Well, what more can we say? What more can we say? It's the Peter Pollo show. Peter Pollo, there you go. They're Pollo now. We're gonna go to a break. 1 game left to go out of the Reload Elite Series. The top 2 will move on to the EWC Finals. It is critical now more than ever. Every single point matters, and with Peterbot and Pollo looming overhead on that high ground tarp, much to discuss. First, a break. When we come back, prepare ourselves for the final game. Stay tuned.
2 teammates have his back. There's Nash. Gets the drop on the Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1.
One game left to go before we say goodbye from the Reload Elite Series qualifier number 3. And again, Peterbot, Pollo decide, you know what, Zeke? We're gonna get another VR. We're just gonna do what we do, get another VR. But that's not even the craziest part. I think the craziest part is that we have to remind ourselves we have to be top 2 if we want to continue this EWC run, right? At the end of today, we need to be in top 2 to move on to the EWC finals later on, okay? Peterbot and Pollo are causing quite a commotion. Josh and Iamzo causing quite a commotion. So let's bring up these standings. Let's kind of see, and when you look at these standings, if you see a little crown next to their name, that means they've already qualified. We had a beautiful little line here. Look at that EWC qualifier, okay? We just gotta be above that line. We wanna move on. Right now, Shadow, Virgo, and currently, Agers and Ritual are battling out against Aoxy and JoJo Fishy. And honestly, if we had one insane game, it could even be Clicks and Higgs right now. But oh my gosh, so many of those points that many of these duos need, Kelly, are just being taken up by Peterbot and Pollo, right? When Josh and Iamzo are on the low ground, they're tearing up, they're getting elims, they're getting points. You got Peterbot and Pollo on the high ground, they're doing the same thing. There's only so many points they can go around.
You can tell that there has been a shift in mentality for Shadow and Virgo and Agers and Ritual and JoJo and Aoxy. The way that Shadow and Virgo gave up that height immediately as soon as Peterbot and Pollo went for it. And honestly, it worked out for them. They were able to recover, they were able to drop down and even get an elimination, so worked out for them. But the way that Ritual is running these solo clutches, or Agers having to solo clutch as well when they make it to endgame, or if we look to JoJo and Aoxy, who have taken a much more kind of back-end passive approach, even Aoxy going for these like early heal-offs like what we saw him from game 6, you can already see, I don't want to say the nerves necessarily, Vivid, starting to like come into all of the teams that are 4th, 5th, and 6th, but you can see that their minds are starting to understand that we're almost here, we need to make sure we make it into the end game.
Yeah, absolutely. All 3 of these teams that are kind of fighting for those 2 spots that really feel like they have the best chance to go ahead and secure it, they got to stick to their game plan. I really like the idea of Shadow and Virgo holding high ground until they get contested for it. Love the fact that you pointed that out. Aoxy and JoJo Fishy, the one thing that they're lacking comparison to the other 2 teams is just straight up eliminations, and I fear for them that they are so good at playing consistently and placement wise. They gotta maybe pick up some eliminations to compete in game number 8 here, but then they have to change their game plan, so it's a really tough one. But game number 8, best of luck to our 3 teams that are kind of on that bubble.
It's time. One last game. And again, we need to end in top 2. Casters, for the last time today, take it away.
This is truly the final countdown, but I want to take a moment, give a special shout out to Taco. For us, this is game 8. For Taco, this is game 16. So I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is going to perform well?
Look, man, the one consistent factor here today is that this is a Peterbot Pollo world, and we are all just living in it, man. So game 8, let's see what you got.
The final countdown, as I said, game number 8 for the day. We know who's in first, this 74-point lead, but what's most important is particular 3 teams. 4th, if you want to throw Clicks and Higgs, Noxy and Veer into the mix as well, but literally 22 points separate those top 3 teams, some inside the bubble, some outside. G-Money and Ishu need a big game here, but honestly, we've seen from the likes of Queasy and Veno, we've seen Peterbot and Pollo, we've seen so many teams that are outside of the spot they need to be really take matters into their own hands, not only contesting their competition, but fighting them throughout the game.
Oh no, my heart paused for a second there. Ritual, Ager staring down Clicks and Higgs. They tried to bring the fight a different direction here, but for Higgs and Clicks, they are celebrating so heavily. The emote before the full elimination is devious scenes right now, Higgs. But they're gonna need plenty more of that if they plan to try and push themselves that extra little bit to overtake on the leaderboard, because right now the main teams that we're looking at, Jacob, is what? Shadow Virgo, Ager's Ritual, Aoxy and JoJo Fishy. But Clicks and Higgs, they might be looking to shift that.
Yeah, they're trying to at least take Aegis and Ritual out of contention. And honestly, even if they... Ooh, wow. I'm not sure if this script wants them to go down right now because they just find a purple spaz, but no Aegis and Ritual! 283 points. They have just been eliminated.
Everything is going to boil down to whether or not Aoxy and Jojo Fishy or Muspinks, Clicks Higgs, one of those three duos is going to try and leapfrog over Aegis and Ritual position on the leaderboard. And not only that, but when you just have to sit and watch, it just, I mean, Aegis, Ritual, they've got to be sick right now.
I'm hoping they have a much greater plan than just taking out Aegis and Ritual. Obviously, I believe Cooper and Reet lend a little bit of a helping hand, make sure they weren't able to get rebooted back in the game, but Aegis and Ritual, their closest competition was Aoxy and Jojo Fishy at 270. So even though 283 is the mark, you look at someone like Clicks and Higgs, they're just about 58 or so points down. They get that elimination, they bring it to 55 points down, but they still have to worry about Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, who seem content just sitting there.
The only silver lining right now, if you are in Aegis and Ritual shoes, is knowing the fact that Aoxy and Jojo Fishy have been purely placement-oriented. Every single part of their build-up on today's leaderboard has come largely from their finishing moments because eliminations just not really there. 4 elims being their peak eliminations on any singular game in the past 7 lobbies so far, Jacob. And if I'm being realistic here, that might not be enough. They're going to need to tack on some more eliminations unless they're planning on forcing out a top 3 finish here. And even then, why leave it up to question when there are so many teams trying to vie for that same sort of leadership position?
Especially when it's the last game, nothing to lose. You don't qualify, you go next anyway. Cooper and Reet trying to take a page out of that playbook, but they're doing it together instead of hunting as solos, but they just get exploded there by the cube rifle. That just not only cut everything short, it gets the knock onto 1. Cooper's just forced to try to disengage. A little bit of the Flowberry Fizz, the Shockwave. They go ahead and try to find his way to create distance, but diminished in Javi. That's more points for them. They too need a comeback of the ages, so Cooper has no choice here but to try to start to heal up. He cannot continue his Shockwave while weak. As the pressure is being put on the low ground, he builds up, trying to extend, but the Cube Rifle again, Taco, not only in the end game, but these early portions as well, just causing chaos and cutting off plans before they even start.
Cooper can't even finish eating his pizza in peace, man. The way that this duo is just barreling down, constantly breaking all of his builds. Cooper doing everything he can in his power to try and stay standing just a couple seconds longer. Maybe Reet was able to get far enough away, but I fear the unfortunate reality for Reet and Cooper currently, Jacob, is the only time they've really witnessed a cube rifle is when they've been on the receiving end of one. They haven't really had the opportunity to try and utilize it, but there's still other measures that they could try to bring out here in this final lobby, see if they can bounce back.
Not a bad overall strategy. I can't say exactly it's what Aoxy and Jojo Fishy were doing, but in the early game, you saw them kind of in cones, in buildings, just hiding, right? And I like that because you got to think, Clicks and Higgs, Aegis and Ritual, Shadow and Virgo, all these teams that got aggressive in the early game, they're running around looking for players that are out of position, trying to loot up, split from their teammates. They negated that entire opportunity of it happening to them. They stayed in a building, wait to zone, overtake them, and then now they're essentially starting their game out.
It's just crazy to think about the way that some of these younger players have really been trying to build themselves up, make a name for themselves on their respective regions. Virgo and Shadow, another one of those younger duos, but man, have they really found their stride here today. They just need to make sure that their steps don't get cut short here. They want to make sure that they finish strong. It's all they need. And they'll make sure that they have that EWC Lands qual spot alongside the Summit one. That'd be a very big accomplishment for those two.
Yeah, and you kind of see that interesting stat, 3rd place one of 3 teams who haven't been on height at all. And honestly, they won one of our qualifiers. They're second in one of our qualifiers. They're just essentially hitting for the cycle here with their aggressive play style. Consistency throughout the games, even with the inability to actually pull off some victory royales, just shows how dangerous of a team this can actually be at times. Rapid gets the knock, Cold gets the cleanup. That's one more elimination here. They are 90 points away from first place, which, yes, it is a lot. And the only way to really close that gap is through this type of style here.
They need eliminations from other players in the lobby, but also have to remember some of those early elims for Rapid. Ooh, Cold. Okay. One more time. Run it back. Golden has been knocked. Cold going to find that full elimination here. And that's going to leave Ozone in precarious position. He's going to need to just dip out and wants to make sure that they are not fully eliminated just yet. Still prize ball on the line, but getting back to what I was saying about Rapid, one of those eliminations at least was on, I believe, Peterbot or Pollo, at least one of the two. And the main thing is that they've clearly got that mentality of, if we wipe out the team in first, they might be able to actually overtake it if they can get a lot of eliminations and a victory royale in the final hour.
It's funny because that same situation, it's kind of like Clicks and Higgs, but instead of winning the tournament, it's making it to the EWC finals. You know, being able to take out Aegis of Ritual is all fine and dandy, but now you need eliminations to try to close that gap. And then obviously points through placement, maybe even a top 3 as Muzz, Sphinx, from the low ground to the high, trying to use that cube rifle to get Acorn off that pedestal. So far, they do find success in that regard, but Bolt's still there. Good damage going to connect on the Bolts. Cube rifle from the side, still able to connect. And now it's their chance to really put down pressure and hopefully solidify that elimination. But in danger right now, it looks like Shadow and Virgo going up against Cooper and Reed. And they have to be careful, though, because even though they are the 2 teams that are box to box, there's a solo that's just out the outskirts, and then a whole nother duo just northwest of where they currently are.
And if that other duo is Rapid, that could definitely be worst case scenario there for Virgo and Shadow. They're not looking for an early departure. They want to make it into the placement points. And for Cooper and Reed, they're not going to get a chance. Cold and Rapid will finish the conversation. A bit of a brutal ending for another one of NA's teams, but Reed and Cooper, they tried their best with the circumstances they were left off in. Sometimes it just doesn't pan out in your favor. But we'll still get a chance to see those two in a LAN environment, just a different kind of tournament.
And just kind of take a note for both Shadow and Virgo that we saw seconds ago, and then Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, who are still playing catch up. They have 10 more points to go before they are that second team on the bubble. But, you know, Clicks and Higgs, you know, there's going to become a certain point in the game for Shadow and Virgo, more so than Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, where it's become mathematically impossible for them to catch up without elimination. So you want to go ahead and try to get those eliminations early rather than risking it later on in the game.
Especially when there are already so many solos being left in the wings here. It's Higgs and Clicks. Looking back, Aoxy and Jojo Fishy will manage to take over that cliffside position. A little bit of elevation here, but Higgs, Clicks, they want to get involved with some of the destruction taking place nearby Shadow and Virgo. Whether or not they're aware of the fact, though, that this is one of the leaderboard duos, that is left to unfold. But hey, Higgs, Clicks, more than happy to apply some steady pressure here.
I want to see right now, because Clicks and Higgs is just putting an abnormal amount of pressure onto Shadow and Virgo on the side, but it's just trying to bleed any shots through to try to connect. Cube Rifle almost connecting onto them, but they quickly reset that build just in time. Just kind of looking all around the map towards the edges. Cold and Rapid as well, spraying in the distance. And it's not always for eliminations, Taco. You know, good damage that you're putting on teams means that you have to dig into their resources they're not able to take with them later on in the game. Roughly about 30 or so seconds here. We're going to have reboots turn off, which really kind of starts the end game.
Look, if you are Clicks and Higgs, especially Clicks in his current position, he's definitely playing with a bit of a chip on his shoulder. I mean, if I'm being honest here, Jacob, it doesn't help when you've got the sorts of Peterbot taking socials in Vaxity's chat even, hashtag free Higgs. That has got to hurt the pride. And what better way to settle the score than to overcome all the doubt, all of the hate that's just been slammed his way from the start of the Reload Elite Series finals and actually managed to secure his LAN position.
Really going to be tested here in this game, though. About 45 points or so from catching up to that threshold of 283 points, which is currently housed by Ages of Ritual, even though they're no longer in this game. Next up, 273 and counting, 276. They just got placement points from the top 15. It's going to be Aoxy and Jojo Fishy. You add in that elimination as well. But again, you said it yourself, 4 eliminations, kind of the highest total they've received in any one of these games so far. So if Aoxy and Jojo Fishy are going to have a phenomenal performance here, it's going to be through consistently staying alive, but a bad peak. There goes Clicks, there goes Higgs. That's the next team in line. Aoxy is actually down. Reboots are turned off. Whether Clicks and Higgs actually get credit for the elimination or not is a moot point because they just need them out of their way.
And Jojo Fishy, he's way too split from his duo. He's not going to get the opportunity to even bother trying to play for a revive. He'll be forced now to try and just maneuver through that backside of zone. Mythic Pulsefire could potentially play a big part here, Jacob, but even a strong weapon, when you are left as a solo, that is just such a difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, but he finds a blessing here with the launch pad, with the Fizz. Top 15, 29 players up. When he goes into the sky at the 7th zone, closing into the 8th, Shadow and Virgo, they do find some shockwaves, a position to get eliminations here down below, and they're able to get all of that loot, picking up an extra pizza here. And this is where I talked about it becoming mathematically impossible for Shadow and Virgo to lose out on one of those 2 spots.
Shadow and Virgo got to be feeling really good about their current situation, but Cold and Rapid, they are never content. They are playing for a win right now, Jacob. 7 eliminations already. If I'm Pete or Pollo, I'm getting a little nervous here looking at what Cold and Rapid are starting to accomplish, but Clicks, Higgs, they're not done just yet either. Muzz going to be eliminated. That's going to be 3 now for Clicks, but Higgs, he needs an opportunity to try and replenish some of his HP. If they've got any sort of white heals, now would be the time to use them as Jojo Fishy finally touching base with the rest of the lobby. Brought down from that initial skyline view. He's got a slapperoni pizza, but he's also got a little bit of lobby focus his way.
Yeah, especially with those cube rifles. It's not going to be easy and almost is a daunting sound to hear it crash against your build. To Shadow, Virgo looking towards the outside, 301 points and counting. The next team below that they do have to worry about, Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, 279. Then you got Clicks and Higgs who take a big shot, forced to scramble around, lobby spray coming in from all directions. You see them burning through their materials. Clicks now going to be fresh out, but it's not going to slow down the pressure. He tries to use the cube rifle to fire away, but now he's down again. Higgs is by himself as a solo with EWC qualification on the line.
This is where you've really got to dig deep in Higgs' position. He's had 150-point solo points credited for his name already here today, but doing it again, getting the repeat, that's going to be such a difficult circumstance for any single player to try and overcome. But Higgs, a little bit of mobility off the overdrive grenade, a chest, and some bandages. They'll at least have a mild opportunity to heal later on, potentially, but first and foremost, Virgo, left as a solo, looking down at Chimp. He can get this refresh. That could play very heavily into his favor, but it's going to be Jojo who steals that one away. 291 points. That has done it. Agers and Ritual have officially been overthrown. This is a battle now between Jojo Fishy and Higgs for the solo clutch scenario.
Hey, I think he has storm sickness. I think he has actual live storm sickness. No build, scrambling around inside of the top 11. Not even half of the placement points just yet, but he's given himself a huge opportunity. Nobody's peeking right now to try to get the damage onto Jojo Fishy. With all this time scrambling around, he's trying to fizz. It does look like it's over. Higgs has just gone down. Jojo Fishy has gone down as well, but they might have done enough. Virgo certainly has 319 points and counting, even with only one build left. It doesn't matter. This is some sort of a victory lap for him.
He still might be able to overcome it too, but check out Pete and Pollo. These guys are just not finished. Whatever happened to Cold and Rapid along the way here, because right now it's all the Pete Pollo show. They are not trying to lose out on that first place position. Virgo, somehow, some way, still left running around in these lower layers. Acorn gonna lose a little bit of his HP here. Cube Rifle also gonna disorient Bolt and Acorn pretty heavily, but it's Rapid underneath. Virgo will be taken out by the follow-up from Cold, and sure enough, Pete and Pollo now just staring down, waiting for the finish.
Yeah, you got to know first, second place probably already locked in. Even with 9 eliminations here on the Cold and Rapid, the point disparity is just too much to overcome. So for Peterbot and Poyo, our final 4 teams left, it just proved yet again they don't want to just take part in these competitions. They want to take over. Cube Rifle again, connecting on the Cold. The Amzo is there, getting 2 of his own. Everybody dropping like flies here as Peterbot finds another elimination, sets his eyes on the Josh and the Amzo next. Our final 2v2 here, essentially first and so what could have been second place going at it, but Josh and Iamzo, this is their chance for redemption, bragging rights, saying, hey, we took you down to end the day, but it's going to come down to this. They're dropping, floating down, no real builds, continue to hold the high ground. In fact, Peterbot goes down because of it, but Poyo is elevated up above, trying to use the cube rifle to cause a little bit of damage onto Josh. The first one's going to connect, but so is the second. Josh gets knocked back, but now it's Poyo versus Iamzo. Deja vu, a repeat of earlier here, but Iamzo gets his chance to get a win as well. Both him and Josh in a 1v1, and they do it. Both of them win their respective 1v1s. Both of them win their games, but unfortunately enough, it's Peterbot and Poyo who get the last laugh and the tournament win.
For the 3rd time today, though, the fact that it came down exclusively for a brawl between Peterbot and Poyo, Josh and Iamzo, absolutely ridiculous outcome from both of these duos, but hey, the job has been finished. So Desk, what's the outright standings?
Wow. This was a great day, Kelly. This was a fantastic day. As Taco called out, also shout outs to Taco for coming hang out in NA. We're the better region we know. And of course, Giga PR, you're fantastic as always. Thank you so much. Wow. It's crazy, Kelly, that we got to see this fight happen so many times, right? Like it's you would think it's like, just kind of they make it to the end game. Like, no, both of these teams had to really take it to that last 2v2. To see it happen so many times, so consistently, is so impressive. And I mean, you know, again, a shout out to them, seeing both ends of it, right? Josh and Iamzo in different situations, different contexts, solo clutching. Like, man, these guys are just performing so well.
Yeah, it's so good to see Josh and Iamzo perform once again, you know, going back to Major 2 where they did get 4th place. I think a lot of people kind of overlooked them because it was kind of the Cold and Rapid versus Peterbot and Poyo show, but everyone is definitely going to be paying attention to them once more going into LAN. Iamzo and Josh doing such a good job on the low ground, and especially with it being a 1v1 against the likes of Poyo, you know that Iamzo's feeling pretty good about himself, Vivid.
Absolutely. They should be pretty happy with how they performed throughout the day. Unfortunately for them, though, I think we all know who's going to be reigning supreme towards the top of the leaderboard.
That's right, Viv. We know it. We saw it. Almost got themselves yet another victory royale. It is Peterbot and Poyo who come out in that #1 spot. But the question is, who ends in those top 2 through consistency, right? That number... we're gonna see as we start to bring up these standings. We know Shadow and Virgo probably likely in. The question is, it was Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, so we saw that early fight get taken to Aegis and Ritual. Basically at the start of the game, the moment that they were dropped, it was like, hold on a minute, other teams now have an opportunity to make it through. And we just followed along with Aoxy and Jojo Fishy. Kelly, I can't lie. The moment Jojo Fishy was put in that soul situation, that's hard. The nerves go through the roof. You have to make every single decision correctly because now you know we have to hit 283. And for Jojo Fishy to clutch up as a solo, you know he has got to feel so incredible right now.
100%. Being able to clutch out this win, this qualification to the EWC for your teammate has to feel so good. And Aoxy and Jojo, it wasn't just that one game that they did really well. They performed at the top of their game all day long. And you do have to feel for Aegis and Ritual, especially after Aegis got that solo double elimination game. And it really, it came down to Clix and Higgs playing out of their minds, going on the aggressive there, getting the early elimination because Clix and Higgs understood what they had to do to be able to get into that qualification spot. They did it successfully against Aegis and Ritual, and it looked like they were potentially going to be doing that onto Aoxy and Jojo Fishy as well, but falling a little short, which obviously boded well for Jojo and for Virgo and Shadow because they are now going to be joining the other 4 duos that we have going into the LAN already.
I did kind of bode the question going into that final game. I was like, man, Axie and JoJo Fishy, clearly the elimination category is not their approach to the game on the reload. And they stuck to their guns. They kept playing the placement, and it was just enough to go ahead and qualify to the EWC. Then clutched it up, man. Barely squeezed in there, but did beat out Adriz and Ritual towards the end there. So congratulations to those guys.
Yeah, man. Wow. Just an insane day of Fortnite. We have a qualified list here to kind of see more of the names who have qualified on through. But man, oh man, what an incredible day of Fortnite here in the Reload Elite Series. Props to everyone. Massive props, you know, Peterbot and Poyo, Iamzo and Josh as well, fighting it out to the very end. And to think we still have one more qualifier, right? We have one more qualifier where we can add more names to this list. Guys, it's already looking crazy. Like, it's already looking insane.
I mean, we asked at the start of the show because of the rivalry that we've seen in the Reload Elite Series qualifiers 1 and 2, where it was Peter Poyo, Cold and Rapid trading first and second place. And now Peterbot and Poyo taking a first place as well, definitely beating out the allegations of who is better. But to do it in such a fashion where they not only get 3 victory royales, but also 3 second places, I don't know if anyone was expecting exactly this vivid. Peterbot and Poyo are definitely back with a vengeance.
Absolutely. It looks like Reload is their game mode for sure that they look to be the kings of. Qualifier 3, I mentioned it earlier today. I was like, listen, you do not want to be one of those teams that does not qualify in one of the first 3, because now all of these teams, they got to potentially go back to the drawing board, right? Thinking about the future, thinking about qualifier number 4. Do you switch up your duos? Do you change your approach to the game? Are you happy with how you play today? Do you think it'll be enough? A lot of decisions need to be made for some of our players who unfortunately did not make it into one of those 2 teams to qualify through today. I can't wait to see what happens.
Okay, guys, before we say goodbye, I want to kind of get your closing thoughts. Qualifier 3, how much did you love it? Any standout moments? Anything you want to say before we say goodbye?
I mean, Peterbot and Poyo standing up on high ground over and over and over again was very exciting. But for me, you know, new map, new meta, and some new surprises for teams coming out on top.
Absolutely. I think we loved all of the fun moments. I mean, Zeke was kind of talking about it while we were watching some of the games. We had mythic goldfish kind of flying in. We had people falling off of high ground, splatting down over there. Yeah. Zeke was laughing the whole time. Not even just on camera, off camera as well. So just a lot of fun moments as always over on NA, and just entertaining and good to see that Reload was once again competitive and fun to watch.
That's right. Oh my gosh. Well, Fortnite fam, thank you guys so much. That concludes qualifier 3 of the Reload Elite Series. There is still one more qualifier, so don't freak out. Still more opportunities to qualify on through. And of course, don't forget as well, we're going to the summit. That's the very next thing that's happening. It's crazy to think that's just not that far away. That's not that far away. So we hope to see you there. Check to see if tickets are still available. We'd love to see you in person. Come hang out. Come watch a Summit champion be crowned. Until the next time we see you for the Reload Elite Series, we love you. Keep yourself safe. See you on that battle bus.
Yippee.